A very good morning and welcome. It is time for the finals here at the Seattle Orcas Women's T20 Exhibition Series. The two finalists, Washington Waves, taking on the Bellevue Blazers. There is a lot to play for, as you would assume, because it is the final. And it is interesting conditions as well here with the overcast continuing and slightly chilly. But before we talk about any of that, it's time to head down to Brian Walters, who's all set for the toss.
Well, a pleasant good morning, everybody. Welcome to the finals day, first edition of the Seattle Orcas Women's T20 Exhibition Tournament right here at the Fairfield County Park in Monroe, Washington. It will be the Washington Waves and the Bellevue Blazers. Before we get to the teams, whoa, enthusiasm. Before we get to the teams, there are some really important people who have graced us with their presence. I'd like to introduce each of them to you. First, we have Mr. Osman Salahuddin, State Representative. We have Washington State Senator Ms. Claire Wilson. Washington State Senator Yasmin Trudeau. Washington State House Representative Milin Tai. We've seen this young lady around here before. Bellevue School Board Member Jane Arras. Help me welcome them all. So we will first introduce each of the teams, starting with the team on the right side or the left side. As you look on your screen, it will be the Bellevue Blazers. I'd like for each of you to meet each of the people here. First, let's introduce Captain Javon Arras. Aliyah Lane, Janelia Glasgow, Mahek Desai, Disha Dhingra, Chetna Prasad, Disha Kaveripakam, Sahasra Gorla, Shubhi Agrawal, Samiksha Sivakumar, Ritul Dwivedi, and Radha Sriram. And of course, the coach of the Bellevue Blazers, former USA captain Sindhu Sriharsha. And that is the Bellevue Blazers. And now I'm going to ask all of our individual officials to meet the team on this side of the field. Let's see if you can break the 22-yard record coming back this way. To start with the captain of the Washington Waves, Geeta Kokadali, Jazara Claxton, Amarpal Kaur, Isana Bagela, Nikardoshi, Aparna Gurumurthy, Taranam Chopra, Adya Rawat, Yashaditi Teki, Sanvi Sood, Ira Mohindru, Javi Pathak, and Akshara Bhavanesh, all coached by Prijit Moody, and that is the Washington Waves. So we also have, and by the way, thank all of you for being here. Truly appreciate your presence. The umpires who are going to be standing here today on field will be Ramesh Rajadipalli and Viral Desai, and the third umpire is Mohan Misala. And of course, we're also joined by Sean Carey, the CEO of the Seattle Orcas. We will now have the coin toss. I'm going to invite forward Ms. Claire Wilson. Ms. Wilson, before we do the toss, just a word from you about what you think the importance of the second greatest sport, or the second most popular sport, in my mind, the greatest sport in the world. How important is that to have a presence here in Washington?
I think it's incredibly important, not only here in Bellevue, but in the South County area where I come from. Cricket is incredibly important, and especially as we think about young women and women in sports and equity, I just think we need to continue to grow and think about pathways for young people to get into this as a profession.
Music to my ears. Thank you so much, Senator Wilson. So we'll ask the two captains to come forward. It is going to be the Washington Waves, represented, of course, by Geeta Kokadali, Bellevue Blazers, Giovanna Arras. I believe that the Waves are the home team. So, Giovanna, you will be calling. Senator Wilson, when you're ready. Oh.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Did we do that right? Heads is the call. It appears to be tails, which means that, Giovanna, you won the toss. What do you want to do and why?
We'll take a ball first.
take a ball first? Give me a reason.
Yeah, just with the conditions and everything around us, and with the team that we have, I think just bowling will be a better option.
Bowling first is an interesting option because you had what appeared to be an injury with your strike ball earlier lane yesterday. How's she and how's the team and all?
Everything's great, honestly. I think we're just going to go out there, follow our basics, follow our plans, and we'll keep them under a score. I'm not going to say the score today.
Keeping secrets as usual.
Yes.
Good luck to you. And Gitika, your comfort level with batting first today?
Yeah, I think we came into today prepared to do whatever we had to, and our team is really pumped up, ready to go, so we're excited to go at it.
Tremendous top of the lineup, particularly Nicardoshi and Jazar Claxton. How important are they to your team?
Yeah, they're very important to our team. They set the pace. They're great players, great leaders on and off the field, and our girls are really able to look up to them, and I'm so grateful for their contributions to our team.
Fantastic. Go well.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the toss. And before we go any further, I am going to introduce for the singing of the national anthem. And if you are able to please stand and salute America, I'm going to invite forward Utra Sampath and Rohan Anand. Mother and son, please come forward.
Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, and the gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, they flew through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Absolutely spectacular. Thank you all very much. And just as a reminder, what we have here, the Bellevue Blazers have won the toss, and they will be bowling first.
Thank you very much, Brian. There you have it. It is the Bellevue Blazers who've won the toss. They will be having a bowl first today. And probably a wise decision given the conditions being overcast. It is a little bit chilly as well. And of course, that breeze continues to be present here at the Fairfield grounds. Coming to you from Monroe in Washington. And we take a quick look at the squads. Brian, welcome back. If you could please take us to the Washington Waves.
Good morning, Manali. Really fast start is expected from Jazar Claxton and Nicardoshi in the center of your screen. They have good batting all the way down. They tend to struggle a little bit in the middle overs, but then expect Gitika Kodali, Taranum Chopra, and Amarpal Kaur to accelerate as they get toward the end of the innings. There is going to be a tremendous amount of pressure batting first under these circumstances because it's the inaugural final and there is a lot of electricity in the air. Cloudy skies, it will not be easy, but they'll be looking to get it done.
Yeah, they've had a decent time here overall. But this side right here, the Bellevue Blazers, coming off a good win yesterday evening. Haven't had much of a break before this final. But Giovanna Aris was outstanding with both bat and ball yesterday. We have seen Janelia Glasgow come in and show her expertise out in the middle. Alia Lane, a bit of a wild card for me. Hasn't really gotten going with the bat. She will need to today, but very well bowled yesterday. She picked up some really important wickets to see her side home. Disha Dhingra, 2 half-centuries so far. And she will look to get them off to a good start with the bat. All in all, though, when you look at the squad, they have come out really well with both bat and ball. And if they are to try and stay in this contest and finish at top, that woman on screen, the captain, Giovanna Aris, is going to play a big role, and especially when it comes to picking up wickets. She did that really well yesterday. Player of the match as well.
Player of the match with the ball, 4 overs, 2 for 8. You cannot bowl better than that. And bearing in mind that in a vacuum, those are excellent figures. But bear in mind, she's coming off of an injury to her left knee, her plant knee. So the fact that she was able to do all of that is absolutely spectacular to me. Interesting, you said the name or the word wild card in reference to Aaliyah Elaine. She certainly took an important wicket yesterday. I think her getting rid of Jazar Claxton was the difference in that game yesterday. However, it is going to be Janelia Glasgow who opens the bowling and not Aaliyah Elaine. So it'll be interesting to see how Aaliyah Elaine does when she comes in.
I'm not opposed by this move. I feel Aaliyah Elaine did struggle a little bit yesterday before she got in her groove and she picked up a couple of wickets. There's just been a bit more consistency when it comes from Janelia Glasgow. We're all set for ball number 1. Starts with a low full toss and very nearly would have been a wicket.
A low full toss that almost just got punched right back to the bowler, Janelia Glasgow herself. You know, you use the word wild card. I'm going to go back to that and maybe say a little bit more after this first or the second delivery.
Short. Won't beat the fielder. She'll feel like she's missed out there. Nick Hardoshi. It is Nick Hardoshi up at the top along with Jazar Claxton. How good has Jazar Claxton been as well with the bat? Runs yesterday, coming off a good high there. Love to watch her drive the ball. Sky, surely that's the first one. It is the first one. Janelia Glasgow pays off, bringing her in to open the bowling today, and that's the first one down.
Wow, that is a big one. Nikardoshi, typically very, very good at the top of the order. She, in fact, is one of the leading scorers, second highest score in the tournament, 58. But she goes here without opening her account. Very much late on that shot. Jazar Claxton is at the opposite end, looking on as Janelia Glasgow. Look at this. Just getting underneath it, and the simplest of return catches for Janelia. And you'll see that with that dismissal, that immediately sets the cat amongst the pigeons, as they say, because you lose that wicket at the top of the order. That puts you on the back foot and justifies the decision for the Bellevue Blazers to bowl first. None for 1.
Poor shot selection there. Cramped for room. I'm just being told by Sheil Majumdar that it is raining now. And now that he's mentioned it, I see it beside us as well. It is coming down pretty steady. I see the ground staff just across from us getting ready with the covers. There was rain expected in the forecast. Low chance, but it has arrived, and this is going to be a bit of a damper.
It is indeed going to be a damper, but in looking at the radar,
A bit of shave from Janelia Glasgow. She's just getting it to move away slightly from the right-handed batters.
I am by no means a meteorologist, but in looking at the radar, it appears as though this little bit of sprinkles will be going away soon. So they're lined up over at where the covers are, but hopefully they'll look to get rid of that soon.
That's a bouncer. A well-directed one as well. It's Surprise Sanvi. She will get across for a single. And a very tidy over to start things off from Janelia Glasgow comes to an end. A run and a wicket. It's 1 for 1. Sanvi Sood off the mark. Jazar Claxton's just been a spectator for the entire first over. And the single off the last delivery on the final ball will mean that she will continue to see the action from the non-striker's end. They will need her today with a bat, Jazara Claxton. She has been outstanding, but she's also led from the front when it comes to piling on runs early in the order. Chetna Prasad.
Talk about Jazar Claxton. Second leading runs in the entire tournament. 4 innings, 125. Has 17 fours. High score of 61 in the tournament, and that leads the entire group. So a lot depends on her especially after having lost her opening partner in Kardoshi.
Very well bowled. Really good length. And just drawing the batter forward. Good signs this from a bowling perspective, especially after they chose to have a bowl first, utilize these conditions in their favor.
Not in the least bit surprising that they chose to bowl first, and that decision certainly paying off so far. 8 delivers into the innings, just 1 run on the board.
Big shout! And I would love to have another look at this. Looking to go leg side, she was right in front of those stumps, and I thought it might have been closer than...
To the naked eye, it looks like it's bouncing over, and I don't think that I cannot be convinced that it would have hit the top of middle. Plus, there might have also been a bit of glove there involved, so I think a good decision ultimately by the umpire.
I just think her arm might have saved her on that LBW shout. We'll have a quick look at that again. But there's definite turn and bounce for Chetna Prasad. Looking to come down the track this time to negate some of that turn and bounce. This is the LBW shout. And it is her arm that saved her.
Height, to me, is the bigger issue than the arm. To me, that looks like it's bouncing over. Oof. Well, the first shot played in anger by Sanvi Sood, and it clears everything, the first maximum of the day. Dragging it maybe from a 4th stump line off spinner, so the ball is turning into her. So that is not a bad choice of shots, particularly with no one in the deep. And the first, again, shot played in anger by Sanvi Sood, 7 for 1 after 2.
After 2 overs, she's going to face the ball, Jazara Claxton. Getting a read on the conditions, having watched a wicket go down as well. Good signs as well for her. She's in good form, and the women's CPL starts shortly after they return to the West Indies. Had a quick chat on the bus with her yesterday. All the games are to be played in Barbados, and they've added 1 more team in the women's CPL this year, so they are continuing to grow in the West Indies. Oh, that's an outside edge. That's an outside edge. It's going to beat the keeper. Won't make it to the boundary. We have had a bit of drizzle. We've had a bit of rain, so the outfield's not as quick as it's normally been. Not the safest way to get off the mark, but she's picked up 2 runs.
Good line, and absolutely an outside edge. Just getting past the keeper there. 2 runs to Jazara Claxton. Won't be very happy with that, but she gets off the mark.
I think that delivery was a cutter as well to start for Janelia Glasgow. Just rolling her fingers.
Certainly deviated away from Jazara Claxton after it pitched. So something certainly to pay attention to, expect some movement, and certainly the conditions favoring the bowling side. I think they're off to a good start, but it's going to be up to them to capitalize from here.
There's a movement, and this time it's swinging away from the right-hander. So between the natural swing, between the cutters, she's making it quite difficult out there, Janelia Glasgow. The shape on that delivery, the length, spot on. You just sense something's got to give here. Wrong line. Ed picked up really well. This has flown to the boundary.
Well, you can do everything right, but if you get the line wrong going down the leg side, Sanvisud is more than good enough to capitalize. From over the wicket, the angle is already in toward the body, so the line has to be much more outside the line of off stump. And on that line, she will easily accept that gift every time she gets it, Sanvisud.
Actually did really well to put the shot where she did, because she was on the move and then she realized that it's not the line she was expecting. And on the go, she's made the adjustment. That's a bouncer, and that'll be a wide. It's also going to get past the keeper. And they'll come back for two. I don't mind the bouncer, to be honest. I see the aggression. I just think a little bit fuller, and it would have been really well directed.
Well, she trundles up and turns her arm over, so you're not expecting a bouncer. So when you bend your back and get that bouncer, it's a really good delivery. This one, I do agree with you, was just a little too short.
And then a change of pace, and the movement continues to end the over. 3 overs gone at 17 for 1. Yeah, never really opposed to seeing a bit of aggression from the pace bowlers. And now that she's bowled a couple of bouncers to Sanvisud, it's just going to be at the back of her mind that there might be one coming.
In a vacuum, what you just said is accurate. And then on top of that, especially since she's not Alia Aline. She's not running in from 25 yards. So when she does deliver that short ball, it certainly has that surprise effect. She's really, really bowling very well. I am really interested in seeing, and I started this earlier, to see what happens when the young lady who you referred to as a wild card, Alia Aline, comes in. Because of the fact that she had to cut down her run-up. I believe she's struggling with some sort of injury, and she was not very accurate yesterday in either of the 2 games that they played. So I'm interested in seeing how well she bowls today.
A lot of flight, and that's sloppy. That is very sloppy, and it's going to allow for a boundary to come through. We know that that is an area of strength for Jazara Claxton.
It's a lovely shot, off drive, and Captain Giovanna Aras tried to give it the long boundary, somehow gets through and goes away for 4.
I don't see the adjustment made. Actually, as I say that, they do drop long off to the boundary. Ideally, as this one is squeezed through for 4 more, she is a very offside player, Jazara Claxton. Ideally, I would like to see a sweeper in place. Struggling with line and length in this over, Chetna Prasad.
You bowl short and wide at Jazara Claxton at your peril. And she intentionally stays leg side to exacerbate the line, freeing her arms for the shot. And this will tell you right there, that is really well played. Crushed it late in that gap between backward point and sort of short third. And so anytime you are loose outside the line of off stump to Jazara Claxton, you're asking for trouble.
That's going to be 4 more. Absolutely crunched. Short, wide, hit me, and it has been hit.
Anytime you bowl to Jazar Claxton, especially as an off spinner, you have to be on the stumps. That is just entirely too wide. You have to make her play you straight down the ground. Any amount of room is asking for trouble. And then I think I agree completely with you. With that line, you have to keep a deep point to cut those off because you're leaking runs in that area of the field.
A lot of flight. It's a low full toss, and she's gotten away with it this time. Down the track. Picked up really well as this goes for a maximum. She is enjoying Chetna Prasad's bowling, Jazara Claxton. What an expensive over this is turning out to be with one delivery to come.
18 from the over already. She uses her feet beautifully. Look at this. Inside out over extra cover. That is an absolutely brilliant shot. Sometimes the temptation is there for you to sort of go across the line and across the spin. But she plays this with the turn. Beautiful shot for 6.
Oh, just misses the outside edge. That's a good comeback delivery. Does end the over with a dot. 4 gone. It's 35 for 1. I must say, I really enjoyed Jazara Claxton's batting. She is a class act out there. And
as we look at these boundaries again, this is the first. That was a bit of a misfield, but the others all racing away through that backward point area. Anything outside the line of off stump is asking for trouble. And once again, I think I agree with you. Field placements could potentially be an issue. You give up 1, that's fine. But if you start seeing 2 and 3 fours going through that area square of the wicket on the offside, you do either have to do one of 2 things. Either bowl straighter or give you some protection out there on the offside.
Changing bowling.
Big runs
Mike
on that over.
Desai is going to come in with the ball. She does have the ability to bowl the wrong-in as well. Starts with a conventional leg spin.
It will be interesting to see how Jazar Claxton handles Mahek Desai, turning the ball into her.
Gives herself room. I don't think she's timed this. Fielder under it. And that's going to be wicket number 2. Sanvi Sood, not sure this was required from her, especially because of Jazara Claxton batting on the other end. They have lost their second, though, and a really important breakthrough to break this partnership. It's 35 for 2. She's gone for 11 off 14.
Disha Dengra probably has the best pair of hands on the field for the Bellevue Blazers. And this is, I think I also agree with you, unnecessary given the way that they've started. You've just come out of an over where 18 runs have been scored. The Washington Waves really on the ascendancy and the Bellevue Blazers on the back foot. But that wicket does make a whole lot of difference, and that also sort of lowers the spirits of the Washington Waves.
Or if they can't get Claxton, they'll get the other end. Losing shape completely, head falling over, back knee starts to collapse as well. And with everything going across the line, she never got in the position to get the full face of the bat on that.
I think that wicket was doomed or was on the cards long before the shot that I think you also described as being a bit ungainly. Disha Dengra in that position to me means that you do not attempt that shot.
Ishani Vagela out in the middle. She's going to get off the mark with a single. She struggled yesterday with the bat. Just couldn't get it off the square. To her benefit, she's got a player at the other end who is hitting them really well right now, and she can afford to take a little bit of time out there to find form.
The line is going to be important to Jazar Claxton. Leg spinner, Mike decides, so she'll be turning the ball, at least her stock delivery, into Jazara Claxton. Everything that she's played aggressively so far has been on the offside. And interesting that they're going to maintain an offside field, meaning protection in the deep. There's a long off and there's a deep point. That, to me, is a good field, given her propensity, Jazara Claxton, to play on the offside.
Short. You've set a field for the offside, and you've bowled a short delivery to start. She's going to get away with this one. Just have to be watchful of that line, though. Yes, she's very good in the offside, but that doesn't mean she can't play on the leg side. Down the ground. She's not even going to run on that. She knows it's gone for 6. It's her second 6 in the innings so far. What a start this is. 27 off just 10 deliveries. And for the first 2 overs, she was at the non-strikers.
Well, 6, number 3 it is, in fact, for the innings. And I'll tell you what, that strike tells you, at least emphasizes what you just said, Manali, is that she has, Jazara Claxton, shots all around the ground. So you're going to have to be very, very careful. Second for Jazara Claxton, 3rd overall. You're going to have to be very careful with what you do here. The line absolutely has to be on the stumps.
Short, and it's cluttered the stumps. That was a poor delivery that she's gotten out, and she knows it as well. It's just kept marginally low, and that's been the undoing here. The over finishes with another wicket. That's 2 in the over from Mike. And this is a biggie.
Really big one, under edge, that trickles onto the stumps. Mahek Desai will be very happy with that. That, to me, says, yes, I got punished a little bit with the 6, but I've come back for the wicket. 2 wickets down overall. 1 from Mahek Desai. Certainly the other one being taken earlier. You saw that was a dismissal by Janelia Glasgow. And so 2 wickets down. They're off to a fast start. 8.4 runs and over is the scoring rate. But those 2 wickets will hurt. 42 for 3 for 2.
That was a wicket before. Sanvi Sood getting in an awful position, and this an important one. Chopped on by Jazara Claxton. She walked off very frustrated with herself because understandably she was batting so well to have gotten out in that fashion. Does bring back Amarpal Kaur. She's also struggled with the bat, and today, between the 2 of these, they're going to need to find runs. Both of them are short on runs, Isani Vaghela and Amarpal Kaur, and they need a partnership from them. Change in commentary as Brian Walters takes a break. Good morning, Sheil.
Good morning, Manali.
It is still morning, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. And it is
Early start today?
Early start today, and the day of the finals, big day. Already, we are in the thick of action here. 3 wickets down, 42.
You brought your 2 fur babies to work today.
I did.
They are big fur babies.
Yes, they are, and it helps to just have 1 game in the day.
That's a loose delivery. Full toss, down leg.
Ali Aline. As Ali Aline comes in, we're shortly going to have a media interview. First one for the day. A few dignitaries around today in the day of the finals.
Width on offer. And it should be cut off. They will come across for 2. Just hasn't been herself with the ball, Alia Lane, in this tournament. Had a few issues with the wides as well. Yesterday, though, when it mattered, she came in and she picked up some really important wickets to make sure that her side got into the finals.
Absolutely. Played an absolute trump card hand when it needed the most. Picked up wickets.
Welcome to Maiden Media Center today on the finals day, and our first guest out here is Senator Yasmin Trudeau. She's been here at the state as the head of Budgets and Means Committees, and she's done a lot of tremendous, amazing work in the state. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you so much for having me.
So one of the things that you have been passionate about is about equitable infrastructure in the state. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So I currently serve on as the vice chair of the Ways and Means Committee, which is the overall budget committee, but that puts me in the lead of our capital budget, which is infrastructure statewide. So I get the opportunity to think about where community needs are, where there's places in the state that might have access issues, and then I get to build the spaces for them to come together. So it might be the best job in the legislature.
It definitely sounds like infrastructure. These girls need infrastructure.
That's right.
So a good segue into sports and girls sports. This is something that you're passionate about as well. So let's tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. So when I immigrated to the United States, my mom actually knew very little about engaging in sports or sports activity, especially for girls. Most of the sports access was predominantly for boys or for men. So I never actually got that type of access. So for me, with my younger sister, my younger brother, and now my kids, being able to get them into team sports and exposing them to things, especially things related culturally to, who they are and where they come from, like cricket is, that's a huge sport in Bangladesh. So for my kids to be able to know the sport of cricket, maybe my daughter someday will be out on the cricket field. And that's really exciting because it's all about things that I didn't get to do and providing those options for other kids and people.
Oh, perfect. So, Senator, that's okay.
Good. You got it right after my best answer. Look at that.
That's yet another wicket. Amarpal Kaur is the slowest trudge off the ground, and you can't blame her. She has really struggled with the bat, and she is a proper batter as well.
Now Washington
just
Waves
hasn't
is a
found
really
form
big
in this
soup.
tournament.
Yeah.
Looking to go across the line. No real timing. Gets it high on the bat. Giovanna Aris will complete the catch. And they've clawed their way back into this contest after a really good start with the bat. 49 for 4. Let's head back down for the interview.
Representing different areas, right?
Yeah.
Like
We'll continue our discussion back with Senator Trudeau. Senator Trudeau, you're half Bengali, as I learned, and you definitely know cricket. You have basically shown interest in cricket by looking at the Washington Waves team as the Washington team, and we have got this amazing tournament out here. First time in the Seattle's history. First time for Seattle, and is one of the best tournaments happening in the country. We would love to keep doing this same women's tournament year over year again, right here in our backyard. Hopefully at Marimore Park. We don't know whichever location. What do you think about that?
Well, I think the opportunity to have this and to bring my daughter out here and to participate also lets me know the infrastructure needs are clearly obvious. And so making sure that we have something or some place where people can practice and engage and, pursue a career or a pastime in cricket. So I love this idea, and I love the idea that we're centering women in particular. Obviously, that's my bias, especially with my daughter sitting next to me. But yeah, thinking about that exposure, like where do people go to connect and learn about where they are. So I think especially as an immigrant, as an American, as a mixed race person, always trying to make sure that I want people to connect with different cultures and opportunities. Yeah. So I think we keep it going. Yeah. Where and how is, we'll make it, but keep it going is very important.
No, perfect. So equitable community, infrastructure, girls, sports, like all the we can make it up. Let's go Waves.
Let's go Waves. I'm rooting for you.
Thanks for the chat. And the very long over comes to an end. End of the power play as well. 6 gone. It's 49 for 4. Disha into the attack. Disha put away for 4. Good way to start the over from a batting perspective. Put the pressure right on the bowler from ball number 1.
Yeah, Isani Vagela rock back to get that 4. We spoke about the previous over. That over had 2 halves. The first half was wayward, 4 wides. Then she gets a wicket, Ali Aline finishing off with 3 dots. How much of a momentum a fast bowler has when they have to cut down their run-up because of a niggling injury. Control sometimes gets compromised.
And that's the thing, isn't it, that we often ignore. Your rhythm doesn't start when you get to the crease. Your rhythm starts when you start your run-up.
Absolutely.
And it's very difficult for pace bowlers when they do end up in situations where they might have to cut their run-up. In fact, I'm not even sure I advise it. If you're injured and you think that you don't have the rhythm, you don't have your natural run-up, I don't know if it's wise to bowl. I mean, mind you, here there isn't as much pace. She's taken the pace off. She's making sure that she's just doing the right things to try and get it in the right areas. But we've got your bigger, taller fast bowlers who can be quite injury prone. It's not advisable to then take those chances, especially at the higher level.
We saw that with Giovanna yesterday. I was speaking to her father earlier this morning, and he did mention that she's nursing an ankle injury since last 1.5 years. And it kind of resurfaced, but it was important for her to get back to her full run-up, which she did in the last game. And she got the kind of returns that she was expecting.
The runs have really dried up. Started so well thanks to Jazara Claxton, and now they need to try and find some momentum. More importantly, they need to stabilize the ship because they've lost multiple wickets in a short amount of time. Trouble, could be trouble! And she does eventually make it in.
The fielding has been a little slow this morning. They've been on their heels a bit. And even in that case, I guess a quick response from the fielder would have resulted. It's just a matter of seconds, really, isn't it?
See, cricket is becoming so athletic. Agility is changing. The way we feel, the way we pick up, the way we throw. It's all become so advanced and versatile. Have a look at this throw. The amount of time that it takes to pick up, go over your shoulder, and then release the ball, whereas you have the ability to sidearm it in, like in baseball or softball. You end up saving at least 1.5 seconds on that, and that could be the difference between a run out and not having the batter make their ground.
You're absolutely spot on there, Manali. 7 overs down, 55 for 4. You're absolutely spot on, because fielding, and we spoke about this fitness and response a couple of days back. 1.5 seconds out there is a huge amount of time, and the margins are so low. Fieldings can make a big difference in creating some definitive consequences. 7.86 is still a pretty healthy run rate, but that is coming down at a brisk pace. Giovanna rests for the first time. She was the MVP in the last game yesterday.
Yeah, I do feel, in terms of fielding, we're still far behind when it comes to sports like baseball and softball. We do not utilize getting in better body positions to throw, pick up. We don't get in the right positions to not sure how close that might have been. They do come across for a quick single. Janeely Glasgow was involved in a run out yesterday. Direct hit. She picked up the wicket yesterday.
And look at the difference between the technique here. She's on the momentum. She's not on her heels. She's on her toes, and she's moving forward. That changes the whole dynamic and timing.
And dynamic's a pretty good word for it as well, because that was that's dynamic balance. She's not looking to plant her feet. She's still able to be balanced through the air as she gets that throw in quickly.
Back in the day, Australia, John Buchanan was the coach the early 2000s, and he came to India, and I got a chance to speak with him. And he had this baseball coach from US who was part of the
Mike Young.
Mike Young. And he brought in the whole idea of what muscles do you use for throwing. That was a huge change in their entire mental makeup around fielding for Australia.
And it's completely changed the world of cricket from a fielding perspective since then. We've seen Australia take charge, take lead. India has followed up.
Yes.
They hired Mike Young for a little while as well. There's still a long way to go with that, though. And this is where I'm very impressed when I see baseball and softball players on the field in live wires. Everything is in milliseconds. Going down leg, optimistic shout.
There is so much of commonality between sports. If only we, the coaches and the support staff understand what portion they need to bring in from each other, each sport. Cricket has a lot to gain from so many different sports. We see that ball slide inside edge. Would have saved, otherwise it was pretty adjacent to the stumps. So we quickly go on for the next interview here with the dignitary as the 8th over comes to an end.
8 overs gone. Stabilize the ship marginally. Dot ball's continuing. It's 58 for 4. Just not sure what's going to end up being par score today, because we've seen games where some of them have gone higher than expected, and then we've seen games where low-scoring games have also become thrillers. And that consistency aspect just hasn't quite been there. Time for a quick interview, though.
Welcome back to Maiden Media Center, and right now I probably have the most energetic, youthful, and successful, legislator out here. It is House Rep. Wicket fell. Wow, that was so fast.
That's going to be wicket number 5, and what a good catch this is from Chetna Prasad. She covered a lot of distance. Tisha back in for her second over, gets a breakthrough, and unfortunately they're falling like flies here at the moment, the Washington Waves. Tossed up delivery. Looking to go down the ground, gets a thick outside edge. And I want to try and get this view right here, because the amount of distance that she covered to get to the catch was quite impressive. 58 for 5. Wheels are coming off here.
Absolutely. Yeah, the pressure getting to them. Couple of very neat overs there, and they had to go for a big shot.
Welcome back to Maiden Media Center. As I said, I have House Rep Usman Salahuddin with me, and he I think is the most energetic and youthful and successful one. I met him when he was a communication director at King County Council member Sarah Perry's office. Since then, he's been a Redmond City Council member, now a House State Rep, and on top, he's going to a law school. I don't know how he does all of this. Welcome, Usman.
Thank you so much, Jagan. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be watching cricket on this beautiful day. And, I'm really excited about the future of what cricket is in our region. But the current and the present that we have here, these young women who are, playing in this tournament, Washington versus Bellevue, I'm really excited to see not just this match, but all of the matches that we have going. I've been a huge supporter of cricket since my time at the county, city council, and now at the state level. Very passionate about making sure that our young leaders get the opportunities, women, boys, get the opportunities that we have to showcase this beautiful sport.
Yeah, I still remember the first time when we met, we barely had any infrastructure, any youth sport going around, and it was you who worked with us for youth sports. At that time, women was not even a question. We did not have youth sport going on much. How has that journey been for you since then?
Yeah, the journey has been It's been hard, and you and I have been in this together, but it's been very rewarding. We've had opportunities not just on the east side, so I represent Bellevue, Redmond, Kirkland, on the east side of Washington, and we've had just the exponential growth of the number of youth facilities, but also the talent that we have in our community. I still remember when I was growing up in Redmond. Sorry, we're doing this live. Yeah, gotcha. I still remember playing on the street in front of my parents' house.
Yeah.
And now there are world-class facilities, and there's so much work left to be done. I'm excited about the work that we have in my own district in Marymore Park about bringing a world-class stadium over to Redmond.
Yeah, and actually the cricket community is very thankful to you because since the time you went up to the state as a House rep, you have been representing cricket at the House and the Senate, and you've been corralling support throughout the state for it. Tell us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. Jumping in to the state, not just as the youngest state legislator, but the only South Asian in the House, I felt it was my duty and my responsibility to give back to a community and a sport that is so global. We recognized Shadley for his play via a resolution, his play at the World Cup, and he was from my district. We got millions of dollars in funding for the stadium, which is incredible, especially knowing how diverse of our communities, how diverse our community needs are. But we are pushing for a stadium in Marymore, and I am working really hard to ensure that our legislators know the importance that this sport has on so many in Washington.
Oh, perfectly. Yeah, we call it a cricket community park because it's going to be a park which is available to the community, but when the event comes in, we can dress it up so that it's a total international venue. So we have brilliant design and idea over that, so that's amazing. So now that you touched the topic, this women's cricket that is happening here in Monroe right now, we want to bring it to Marymore next year, and we know you are at the forefront of supporting that, so thanks a lot for doing that.
Absolutely. I travel far and wide for cricket. I was actually down in Oakland to watch the Seattle Orcas. Came up to Monroe for this, but I live 5 minutes away from Marymore Park, and I would love to wake up on a Sunday and just drive over 5 minutes, maybe take the bus, take public transit, and watch women's cricket, watch youth cricket, watch the Seattle Orcas, and really enjoy what this sport has to offer for so many in our community.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Usman. We love you. Cricket loves you. Cricket community is so grateful for having you at the state level. Thanks.
Thank you, and go Orcas.
Thanks for the lovely chat, gentlemen. As we see Giovanna Aris continue into her second over. It's great to see all the spectators, all the support. And I must say I'm quite impressed with the number of pets we have in-house today.
Absolute highlight, to say the least. They've been here in big numbers, not big numbers, I mean in substantial numbers last few days, and always good to see the field of play with both humans and canines.
One catch put down not so long ago. We'll have to see how much that ends up costing the Bellevue Blazers. The fielding, though, has been quite outstanding until that moment right there. And you've got to hold on to those, especially when you know the opposition's under so much pressure. They would have been 6 down.
Yep. It is when you have the opposition on the mat, you would potentially keep them under pressure as much as possible, especially in a game like this. The finals. A rare wayward delivery from Giovanna there. She's been on the money. She's had a great game yesterday. Her first over was absolutely on the money. The white ball there. She, along with Disha Kaveri Pakam, has kind of again brought back after what we saw, a flurry of boundaries in the morning today.
There's just been a major momentum shift after the wicket of Jazara Claxton. They haven't been able to accelerate.
Yes.
And they have time. We're just under that halfway mark.
They have the time. They were at 8.46 not so long back, maybe 3 overs back, and now it's 6.53. Their rate is plummeting at a rate of knots, and Kurt sees some very tight bowling here.
Played into the leg side. Should just be the single. Just struggled for her line in this over, Giovanna.
Once again, Manali, that could have been two their batters when you know bigger shots are not coming. There was a long time that ball was in the no man's land till the fielder reached that point. You've got to run hard sometimes when the shots are not coming, and that's
Chipped. And lucky that it's in a gap. It's going to be a dot to end the over. No, correction. There's one more because of the wide. Getting ahead of myself here.
yeah, looking forward to your break then too.
We have no sugar stash
I
today.
know.
Go figure.
And the temperature is cool. It's chilly Sunday morning.
Tidy last delivery to finish the over. This time it is the halfway point at 63 for 5. And we're also going to take a quick drinks break. We'll be back after the break.
Welcome back to the Madian Media Center. My name is Jessica Ivey, and I'm the Director of Marketing for the Seattle Orcas. And I'm joined by Claire Wilson, who is our Washington State Senator from the 30th LD. Thank you for being here.
You are so welcome. It's an honor to be here this morning.
I've known you for a little bit, and I know that you are very passionate about Title IX, and you are very passionate about women in sports. What sport do you play? Tell me a little bit about your background in sports.
Well, I will tell you, I'm a left-handed old lady. And I was sharing with you earlier, you know, when I was in school, we didn't have full court basketball. Girls could only play half court. And I was also left-handed, and so there was never any differentiation between left and right. So I didn't actually start sports until I was 24. And I lived in Montana and got invited to play softball. So I started at 24, and so softball was my thing. And I also rode a bit, but a catcher playing women's softball was my favorite thing to do.
That's really cool. I know that you do a lot of work at the state level to try to protect and carve out investments for women in sports. Could you tell me about the recent work that you've done in that area?
Yeah, I sit on something called the Washington State Leadership Board, and the State Leadership Board really is looking at youth programming and how it is communities can support young people. And a lot of the money for that program comes from our specialty license plates, from Kraken, from the Mariners, from Seahawks, because they too believe that young people deserve that opportunity. And for me also, access and equity is important. So as we think about young women in sports and pathways in sports, I've been doing a lot of work even when I was on the school board about how we increase access. And when I was in college was when Title IX came about, and so really, really important to me that we continue that work and we don't go backwards, that we continue to provide opportunity, and especially professional opportunities for women.
Yep. Yeah, that's great. Thank you for the work that you do. Is this your first cricket match?
It is my first cricket match, and I'm learning as I'm watching. So it kind of reminds me of softball, but in a bowling lane, if that makes any sense to you at all. And I am appreciative of the 360-degree field, and also the bowlers and how the ball, much like baseball and much like softball, just the skill and the strategy in the game. So it's been really fun to watch.
Yeah, the girls are really excited to be here. We're in day 4 of the tournament, and I've been interviewing a lot of the girls, and one of the things that they tell me is all of the lessons that they learn in sports. It's such a great opportunity for girls to build confidence, to build teamwork, communication skills. They say that 98% of all female executives played sports when they were younger. So. What do you think is most needed for girls in sports in Washington State?
Well, I just think access, opportunity, and voice is really important. And, I will say I was on a panel with a gentleman from Nordstrom's, Bruce, and he talked about team sports, and also in his role right now as the CEO. It's the skill sets he learned in playing in a team and learning to work with different people that come from different places. It's the most important thing. So again, access, opportunity, and the voice of young women sharing with us how important it is for them, I think, is always the most important thing.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciated getting to sit down and chat with you, and thank you for the work that you do.
You are welcome. Thanks so much. I'll see you in Olympia.
All right.
All right.
Well, wonderful words from Senator. And while the Senator was speaking, we have appeared to have lost another wicket. I think the word I heard you say was collapsing, or the expression I heard you use was collapsing like a house of cards. Shield.
It is indeed, and look at that. That was played early, just miscued, soft dismissal, to say the least.
69 for 6 indeed. I will tell you that in order to put a good partnership or to put a good score on the board, you need partnerships. Second wicket partnership was 35. Very good partnership. The other partnerships have been 0, 7, 7, 9, and 5.
Yep.
You don't get a good score on the board losing wickets with that much regularity. And Isana Vagela has been there, 12 from 14. Captain Gitika Kodale, 5 from 3. But you need runs here, and it's not an exaggeration to say that you need them in a hurry.
And there were 3 catches dropped and a couple of absolute very soft misfields that gave them extra boundaries. Imagine what the situation would have been if those were all taken.
Good piece of fielding in the deep. Chetna Prasad does well to get that one from going by her. That's a really interesting point that you make, because sometimes when you're having a bad day in the field, the ball follows you around. So Radha Sriram from right here in Seattle had a drop early that she would want to have taken, and then another misfield that went for 4. But take away those little mishaps here and there, and we really could be looking at an innings where the Washington Waves actually don't get to bat out the full 20 overs.
Growing up, Brian, one of the coaches I played under would always emphasize, as we see that ball again, a single, would always emphasize, especially in the big games when we would come back to the dressing room after playing a rather dominating innings, he would sit down and specifically really hard on those drops or missed field and said, you need to build that killer instinct that when you have the opposition on the mat, you keep them. And those little things, and he would just disregard all the good things we have done. And so, especially looking at today, they fought really hard yesterday to get themselves into the final today. Look at that. There was, again, this could be attributed to a bit of a uneven surface that you're fielding on. That can happen. And this was hit a little harder, but some of the other ones were a little easier.
You're exactly right. I love the initiative to have these ladies playing in this tournament, a very important tournament. Fair to say that the outfield isn't quite as smooth as, for example, the one that Janelia Glasgow left in the West Indies, playing for the West Indies. Having said that, you want to get your body behind the ball, that if you misfield it, you still have the opportunity to field it again. This is Elaine sweeping on the boundary. So runs coming in singles here. You don't mind that very much if you are either team, really, because for the Washington Waves, you want those runs to be scoring, and then you get less damage if you're going to be restricted to singles. So that is the end of over number 12, 7-4 for 6.
As we've seen Bellevue Blazers over the last 3-4 days now, the three bowlers, I've always said, is the three spinners. They've had a definitive impact in every game. Chetna Prasad, Mahek Desai, and Disha Kavari-Pakam. And usually you always have two of the three, if not all the three, doing very well. Chetna Prasad went for a little bit of runs today, but Mahek Desai, 3 for 13. This is the fourth over now.
Skied, it will land safely, I believe. And, coming back for that second run. You want to see much more of that. Isana Vagela looking to hit her way out of trouble here.
I beg your pardon. This is the third over from Mahek Desai, 3 for 13. Disha Kavari-Pakam 1 for 12 from her 3. And I'm sure Chetna Prasad has a lot more to say in this game. That one forgettable over that she had.
Pulled away. That is an elegant shot. Goes away for 6.
That was a blistering shot, Brian. Absolute elegance personified. She rocked back, let the ball come onto her. Look at that, rocking back. The line was wayward, cashed on fully, made sure that she timed it beautifully and got a maximum. Give her a bit of 1 second more. Let the ball come to her rather than hurrying onto it like we saw a few other batters do. Look at that, rocking back, let the ball come back, and lofted up over square leg. Exceptionally played there.
Really well done by Isana Vagela. Stroked in the air, wide of cover, in fact wide of long off, and it races away for another boundary. Isana Vagela on the charge.
We spoke about this yesterday. The Waves haven't been tested in the lower down the order of their batting. In Isana Vagela, for the kind of reputation she has of batting, she hasn't yet sparkled very well in this tournament. So this is her opportunity. What a day to do it. If she can play a handy knockout here and get her team to that 120 plus range, we have a game on.
She's scoring certainly at a good rate. 27 from 21. Geetika Kadali, captain, who's now on strike, 7 from 5. So both batters at the crease are scoring at a rate that exceeds a run a ball.
And my commentator's curse is back, Brian. I just spoke about Mahek Desai when she gets hit for a 4 and a 6.
Well, put it this way. To the extent that you know exactly what you're talking about, sometimes it just happens. We'll leave it at that.
Oh, God.
Lovely shot through the covers. That is a really well-timed shot by Geetika Kadali for 4.
An over they needed desperately. It's coming in at 13th. They spent a little bit of time.
A little bit of time indeed. In the meantime, we will go back to the media center for yet another interview with the officials.
Hello, welcome back to Maiden Media Center, and right now I have Militai, the House Representative for the 41st District at the state level. Thanks a lot, and welcome to Maiden Media Center.
Well, hello, everyone. It's really exciting to be out here, really watching the games. If any of you following this, and if you could, come on out. There's more to see.
Definitely more to see, and it's great to have all of you here who are present to kind of watch these games. So, House Rep Thai, let's talk about your career as a House Rep, state House Rep. By the way, I voted for you many a times, so let me put that on record. So, you have been like really instrumental and passionate about education and health. So, could you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, thank you so much. Really, thank you for this opportunity to speak to the people who care deeply about cricket. Yeah. So, yes, I've been serving as a state representative for the 41st District close to 8 years now. Prior to that, I served as the Bellevue School Board Director. Yeah. And in that capacity, I had the honor to be the president of the Bellevue School Board Director and elected as Vice President across the state as a state vice president for the School Board Association. So education is definitely deeply a very important topic for me. And for us as parents, I mean, honestly, it's something instilled in me at a very young age. And I truly believe that education is a way to help us see issues in multitude, different angle. And I am a trained pharmacist. I graduated from University of Washington School of Pharmacy. So with the I guess with the ways a scientist approach a problem or an issues, it has been very helpful for me to really do my job as a representative for the 41st. Truly struggle with the question in front of us and making sure that policy is being passed, not only in our state as a state representative, but certainly advocating for Washingtonian as a whole at our national level.
Oh, perfect. And especially as kids grow up, for youth, help for their health, sports is a foundation. Sports kind of is helps kids with not only their mental health but also overall their personalities, and you are passionate about that too, and you're looking into sports as well. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, thank you for that question. Definitely. As you may see, we are outdoor. We outside. We get to breathe in this fresh air, and many of our sport are both outdoor and indoor. And to your point, definitely when one plays sport, it's that means sport is not just about, like in this case, not about catching a ball coming to you. It's truly so much about strategies, so much about team building, so much about understanding the weather conditions around you. Like all of those play into an individual who play a particular sport. And I think the benefit around mental health, physical health, sort of all well-being, but certainly from my perspective, that has helped an individual to build the capacity as a critical thinker. Because I think that is what our state, our nation, and certainly the globe need more. They need more critical thinkers that when you look at a ball approach you, the decision to hit it low, to hit it high, or to hit it at all. All of those, how we help our young people become more well-rounded in anything that they choose to do in their life.
No, totally. You spoke like a true cricket player, actually. So we've got this first women's T20 tournament happening out here right now in Monroe. But, you know, we would love to kind of build a better infrastructure and better facilities, and hopefully right close to the 41st, if you will. And we do have good support in the state. I would love your support too as well for that. You know, having this back in Marimore Park. What do you think about that?
I think it's an awesome idea. I think it's like I believe you talked to Representative Salahuddin before me. We have a little competitions, but I can understand to play the sport you need to have the right size and the right infrastructures and all of that. I'm definitely fully supportive. I think it's for the benefit of many of the benefits we just talked about. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer.
No, for sure.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for your support. Thanks for coming out here. We really appreciate you, House Rep Thai. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to hear from State Senator Milin Tai. And we've gotten through the 15 overs where runs have dried up. They've been at a premium. 98 for 6 is the score after 15. Geetika Kadali and Isana Vagela trying to fight back. Their partnership of 35 is tied for the second, and tied for the highest partnership in the innings, as is the captain, Giovanna Aras, who's back into the attack as we say good afternoon again. Is it afternoon yet? Good morning to Manala Patel. Manala, it looks like you're still cold. Am I right?
I'm freezing. Not just cold, I'm freezing. Brian, I've just been hiding in the production truck, and I've been using the fans off the equipment as my little fireplace. Warm my hands back up.
Putting the pressure on when you're batting first would, to me, look like scoring somewhere around 140, 145, 150, and in a final that feels like 180. How do you think they're doing right now, the Washington Waves, as you see that one go by past the line of off stump?
I think they have stabilized the ship. They lost early wickets, but when you look at this partnership, it's a promising one. Isani Vagelas found a little bit of form. And what they're looking to do at the moment is just buy maybe another over within this partnership before they can start attacking the ball. If they can still get to about that 130 mark, she's bowled a good channel just outside that off-stump line. If they can get to about 130 mark, I think we've got a game on our hands. It's also then going to bring up that question of that dropped catch, which is exactly when this partnership started to form.
There have been a few drop catches. With this partnership now worth 35, and you mentioned a 130. 130 is achievable. If you go 8 and over from here, you get to 133. If you want to push the envelope and say this pair catches lightning in a bottle and gets to 10 runs and over, 141 is where you could get. 10 runs and over is not out of the question with these two. Good looking shot down the ground, but I think you're looking at the bowling resources that you have left. Janelia Glasgow still has 2 overs remaining. Aliyah Lane, her 1 over was a little bit rough. And yes, you absolutely saw where she took a wicket but had 4 wides. So do you want to go back to her as you get to the end of this innings. That's something to be wondered, I think.
At the moment, they just can't seem to find the boundary.
No.
It's a lot of dot balls and the odd single here and there. That should round off the 16th over. Just the 2 runs coming off of that over. It'll bring up the 100 as well. It's 100 for 6. And these last 4 overs are going to be key in getting to a respectable total and giving their bowlers a chance to come out and defend it.
So the last 4. Chetna Prasad is about to bowl her last over, which will be the 17th. Who bowls 18, 19, and 20? You still have Janelia Glasgow. You would think she would bowl 18 and 20. Who do you think who would bowl number 19? Is it the captain herself who still has 1 over remaining?
Yeah, she's been really effective, hasn't she? It's
Skied. How far has this gone? It's in the air for a really long time, and in fact, it goes all the way for 6.
important time to be able to get this maximum in and just starting to open up those shoulders again into the last 4 overs, and they need more of this. A few more of those and they get to that 130, 135 mark, and they will need it.
Sana Vagela is playing a really responsible innings. She's now into the 40s, 40 from 32. Her captain, Gitika Kadali, 15 from 17. So this partnership now, Manali, is worth 44, the largest partnership in the innings so far. The second wicket partnership went for 35. No other partnership worth more than 9. And so you're in a good position here as you attempt to fight back and run through the tape, as they say in track, to get to the end of the innings.
That last delivery was a lot of turn off the surface. Sharp turn. No turn on that occasion, just continues straight.
To give herself some room to play through that ring on the offside. Not a bad idea. Pretty big gap between point and a wider short third, and nobody sweeping in the deep on that side. Using the feet. Doesn't get the middle of the bat, but she gets enough of it. Look at that. 6 more.
That's 2 maximums in the over, and I did say they needed more of that. With that, she races on to 46, Isani Vagela. Partnership was key. They had to have these 2 together towards the end of the innings. Not out of the middle, but gets just enough to get it over the ropes.
Using the feet again. Elegant looking stroke. This one is fumbled. Did it go over the rope? It does go over the rope. I believe that will be another excellent innings, resulting in a 54 Sana Vagela. She raises her bat. She's single-handedly batting her side out of trouble here.
It is an outstanding knock. 50 off just 35 deliveries. This over is the one that she's chosen to attack. Chetna Prasad under pressure. And an expensive over comes to an end. 17 gone, 118 for 6.
50 partnership also coming up in that last over. 18 runs from over number 17, tied for the largest over. As we take a look at the highlights from this over, that was a lovely looking shot for 4. And this really should have been stopped. That would be a disappointing effort here for Disha Kaverapakam. But take nothing away from the elegance with which Isana Vagela is playing right now, as it is the captain indeed who will be coming back to bowl over number 18.
I think they're just missing the plan here from Giovanna Aris. Too many dot balls are continuing down the same channel outside the 5th stump line. The angle works really well as well. If you're going to try and get connection, you have to try and get closer to the line of the ball. Too many dot balls to Giovanna Aris.
Be looking big here, Geetika Kadali. Stroked, but directly to the fielder in the covers for no run. So good couple of dots to start. And that, to some extent, undoes some of the damage that was done in that previous over. But how big a partnership is this one? 55 is what it's worth right now. And that really does put you within striking distance of that 130 mark that you were looking for. Quick single. Oh my goodness, this is going to be close, but I think she's home. Hesitated a little bit going for that run, Isana Vagela, but she does in fact get there.
Need quicker releases. Once you've got the ball in your hands, you got to be able to get it through faster into the throw. Comfortably home in the end.
Oh, Giovanna Aras continuing her absolutely excellent form with the ball. 2 for 8 in her 4 overs in the second game yesterday. Hasn't taken any wickets yet so far, but just 10 runs conceded from 3 overs and 3 balls. And that length is one that is going to be difficult to score off of.
She's good at using her feet, though, isn't she? Not afraid to come down the track. Makes it a little bit easier to be able to change the length of the ball, especially if it is back of a length and it's not quite coming on.
Geetika Kadali has shown a penchant for playing the scoop shot. Would not be surprised to see it come out sometime soon. Oh, hammered right past the bowler herself. That was the opposite of a scoop shot. And Giovanna Aras taking evasive action as that's pummeled down the ground for a single.
Good amount of power on this and nearly taking out the head of Giovanna Aras. Good reaction there. But it's just a single at the end of the day and a tidy over from Giovanna Aras so far. She'll want to finish strong, just the 3 runs off of it so far.
Skied. Dishat Kaverapakam takes a really, really well-judged catch. She had to run backwards from her position at mid-wicket, just outside the circle, and takes a really important catch in the context of this game. That is the end of Isana Vagela. The score is 121 for 7.
51 of 37 deliveries. It's a top knock that's come to an end. Isani Vagela came in at a very difficult time for her side. Lost multiple wickets before her and around her, but she kept going until this moment right here. A bit of extra bounce doesn't allow for her to get in a better position. And that was a good catch. Grey skies, skied high, and got in a good position running backwards. The key here was to get those hands up and above her eye level, and she did just that. 7 down for 121 on the cards. Most importantly, the set batter's gone in the death of this innings.
Janelia Glasgow back into the attack. Last 2 overs coming up. The captain herself, Geetika Kadali, on strike. There's the scoop shot I was referring to earlier. Misses out on it here, though. So that partnership might have been maybe a match-saving partnership in some ways, because without that partnership, you might have struggled to get through 20 overs. Top edge, and it's going to run down to deep third for 4.
She didn't scoop it, but she placed it perfectly for 4 more. And edges count. They're only getting thicker in the sport of cricket on those bats for those reasons right there. This is exactly why you see, when you see the batters just practicing knocking it off the edge of the bat. It's not to get your eye in.
Oh, lovely. Nobody down there. 4 more.
This one, more control. Geetika Kadali now has taken the aggressor role, and rightly so after the wicket of Isani Vagela. Short, very far down leg, and does just the right amount of work to be able to place it in the gap for 4.
Well, 129, Manala Patel. So you said 130. 130 is within touching distance. 140 is not out of the question if Gita Kakadala continues to do this. And there's your 130 with an extra.
That's a harsh call. That is a very harsh wide. I thought that was inside the line of the, or inside that guideline.
Attempting the scoop yet again as we hopefully take a look at this again.
Oh, that's a tough call.
Ooh, that
I feel
is
like
harsh.
it's past the line, past the crease.
Of course, what the umpire has to consider is where is it when it passes the batter. Another edge coming in this direction, probably at least another couple. What an effort. Oh, that is well done. I think she did well enough here to prevent one run from being scored. That is a great effort from Radha Sriram. Dropped the catch earlier, but she does really well here.
I just want a second look at this because as she's sliding, she's gone over the rope.
I think she's good. That is very well done. The angle maybe from the other side, which is where we are, I think establishes that she just did reestablish position inside the... Oh, there's signal 4. So forget everything I just said. 4 signal by the umpires. And this is turning into a really good over for the Washington Waves.
That's poor, I must say. That was definitely not a boundary. In fact, that was a really good piece of fielding. And her awareness all the way through between the rope and the ball was exquisite. Unlucky that.
Hammered away in the deep, and it's going to be 4 more. This is turning into a monster over. Excellent one. Geeta Kukadali taking charge. And oh my goodness, you might just be in that 140 range now, Manali.
The aggressor towards the end, the captain, playing a captain's knockout there. They've started so well with the ball today, the Bellevue Blazers, and they just might have gotten themselves in a pickle. To be 6 down, 7 down with not nearly as many runs, and then to allow for a partnership like the one that we just saw. This might actually be a match-winning total. Early days, though. We've got a whole innings to get through.
Whole innings to get through. I'm going to go back to that save by Radha Sriram from, she's local, right here in Seattle, 16 years old. Again, put down a catch that was very, very easily, should have easily been taken. So that would have maybe dropped her confidence a little bit. But every bit of what she did here was the exact right thing. Perfect slide, pulling the ball back here. This is what we're looking at. I think she does well here and then avoids. As we go back to live action, maybe we'll have time to just look at that one more time. But I think she does well to avoid. Look at this. Partially stops here.
Very good stop.
Completely arches her body to make sure that she doesn't touch it while she's outside. Then reestablishes herself inside the field of play. Umpires think that she was maybe touching while she was outside. To me, that looked like a good play. And unlucky to be punished for it, but really thought nothing about the effort from that young lady. Hammered square. They'll get a single here.
As you discussed that, Sheila's just telling me if this comes down to a single, this game comes down to 1 run. We know what happened there.
I really would hate that. Oh, she tries the scoop shot this time. That's going to be Taradam Chopra trying to emulate her captain. Doesn't get into contact, though. Here's a scoop shot being attempted. Edge! And it's running down to the boundary for 4 more. Well, the scoop shot has been attempted 3 times, missed all 3 times. Immediately after, edges have gone in that same area for 4.
So what you're saying is they should just edge it.
I'm saying just edge it or play an aggressive shot in the same place. Oh my goodness, what a start this is. You're above 140 now, 144.
Some moves out there.
All right. Oh, Vandana. Vandana, you'll be on YouTube tonight, I would imagine. Looks for the big drive, comes up empty. The last ball to be bowled, by the way, Alea Lane, with a much better over this. The last one, 6 runs coming from it already. Importantly, no extras. And here's that last ball. Hammered and wide of extra cover for 4 more. She finishes with a flourish. Taranum Chopra, and that is the end. 10 runs coming from that over. Monali Patel, 50 came from the last 5. 148 for 7.
That is how you finish an innings. You finish it with a flurry of boundaries, and they've gotten themselves in a really strong position here with the bat. The Washington Waves, 148 for 7 in their 20 overs. At one point, they looked like they wouldn't get to 100.
Oh my goodness, yes.
And this is questions for the Washington Waves because, yes, they've gotten themselves in that position. They've still got to come out and defend it. The Blazers winning the toss, choosing to have a bowl first on top of most of this innings. And they've just given it away in those last 5 to 6 overs. Jazara Claxton was outstanding despite the early wicket of Nick Hardoshi. She went on to get 27 off 11. In fact, it was unlucky the way she got out, chopped on. A handy 11 from Sanvi Sood, but Isani Vagela, that might be a match-winning knock. 51 off 37 at a time when it was very difficult for her side to find runs. And that partnership with her and Gitika Kodali, 34 off 29. They've managed to get from 63 for 6 to 148 for 7. That is some recovery with the bat.
And look at the strike rates, far right column. 245, 137, 117. Taranum Chopper, of course, 180. Tremendous effort. We'll see the bowling figures here in a minute. And I think that you'll find that the bowlers did not close as well as they started. Chetna Prasad and Mahek Desai both going for double-figure runs per over in their spell. Even though Mahek Desai did have those 3 wickets, 1 wicket each for Janelia Glasgow, Aliyah Lane, Disha Kaveri Pakam, and Giovanna Aras, who again bowled excellently. But ultimately, you cannot give up 50 runs in 5 overs, going at 10 and over the last portion of the innings. So they have their work cut out for them here, the Bellevue Blazers, if they want to lift the cup for the first edition of this Seattle Orcas Women's T20 exhibition. We will take a break. We will be back for what is sure to be an exciting chase right here at the Fairfield County Park in Monroe, Washington. See you shortly. The Bellevue Blazers, in order to win the first edition of the Seattle Orcas Women's T20 exhibition, will have to chase 149. And it is going to be, oh my goodness, almost a wicket with the very first ball. Your openers are Disha Dingra and Mahek Desai. Opening bowler, captain of the opposition side, Geetika Kodali, who will be very, very happy that her team, the Washington Waves, put together a really good second half of their innings batting to finish at 148. Manali Patel, it is going to be really, really interesting these next 19 overs and 5 balls.
It's going to be difficult. They need a couple of partnerships, and they need to make good use of these first 6 overs of the power play. It's a tall task. They need to chase 149. It's the biggest total that we've seen in this entire series.
Good delivery. In your days of playing, you'd have played obviously in some very high level matches. So put yourself back into the mindset of chasing in a final, something along those lines. What is your approach going in? First of all, does that score on the board feel bigger because of the magnitude of the match itself?
You cannot let yourself get phased out because it's a final. And you also cannot let yourself look at this score as the big number. You have to take it in phases. You have to break it down. And you've got to try and phase it in either 5 overs, 6 overs, whatever it is that you and your coach have come up with, and see if you're continually keeping on top of that required rate or not. And again, that plan does ebb and flow as well, depending on whether you've lost wickets or not, depending on whether the conditions have changed. But ideally, having a plan with phases just keeps you on top of.
Uppercut, but it's going to be catchable. And it is taken. What a big catch that is. Taranam Chopra gets the catch. That is the end of a big wicket. Disha Dingra goes for 1. The score is 2 for 1.
That is your leading run scorer, Disha Dingra, walking back. She had the most runs with the bat for the Blazers. A couple of half centuries, and they needed runs from her today. This is a really good delivery. Brings in the bouncer, Geetika Kodali, aggressive. And despite looking for that uppercut, she just didn't get the distance on it. It was off the toe end of the bat, and a really good catch in the end. Takes it low to the ground. Always makes me nervous to see when that happens, because it doesn't give you much room to be able to readjust if it is bobbled. Held on in this case, and what a time to get the first wicket. This is big trouble to start things off. 2 for 1.
If I were going to be harsh, I would say that Taranam Chopra actually misjudged that, because the ball being in the air that long should give you enough time to settle under it and be able to take it, say, chest high, to your point, that if you bobble it, you give yourself a second chance. Actually ended up taking that about a foot off the ground, so certainly no second chance there, but the good hands is what saves her on that occasion. Oh, what a first over ball by the captain, Geetika Kodali. 2 for 1 after 1.
I've quite enjoyed seeing the Pacers come in, bend their back, and bring the bouncers out today. It's not something that we've seen leading into this game right here. It's not something that the batters have expected. And if you've got it in your arsenal, which she clearly does, Geetika Kodali, why have we not seen this earlier? You just sense, though, that the Bellevue Blazers needed Disha Dingra today. They needed the runs from her, but we know you can never score consecutively as a batter in absolutely every game. We might score once, twice in 10 games, but that's how it rolls. And this is where you've got to make sure your best players are peaking at the right time as well.
Oh my goodness. It is electric. Excuse me, as you see the fans around. 2 for 1 is your score. And it is now going to be Taranam Chopra to take the new ball from the southern end of the ground. Good delivery to start with.
The atmosphere has completely changed with that 1 wicket. The Waves are excited, they're loud. The body language has changed, the way they're attacking the ball, even though they might just be a single, and that's what happens! Both of them are at the same end! And the throw went to the wrong end. You just put two minds in the batters as to whether they should attack for a single or not. The energy has changed.
Energy has changed indeed. Excuse me, Dishika Verapakam. As you see the replay here, take a look at this. Clean pickup, or clean enough anyway, and as you mentioned, had the throw gone to the keeper's end, it certainly would have asked the question at two. Down the ground in the air, just landing short. Boy, Isana Vagela had a little bit of time, thought she could potentially put in the dive, but it's just a single down the ground. As they say, it is all happening. And so the mix up there, two runners being at the same end, do you attribute that to the sort of size of the moment?
Absolutely. In a normal circumstance, you would feel that. You would come around, you'd stop the ball, you'd field it. But at the moment, because you're attacking every ball, it becomes a little bit harder to judge. Always, always attack the ball because you will have the batters in two minds. That's a pretty good example of that happening.
Pulled away, but there's protection out there. So good field placements, and they're off to a relatively slow start here. Just 4 runs on the board, and you're one delivery away from having it be the end of the second over, which means that the required rate, which was 7.45 to start with, is now almost up to 8. Excellent delivery, a dot to finish over number 2, just 4 runs coming from that over, and that does mean that the required rate is now above 8. 4 for 1 after 2. Wow. So there has been certainly a lot of talk about win predictors and so on. And by the way, allow me to say that the folks over at Crick Center have created a really interactive application that does so much. And to many of us who have this type of thing that happens, you have tournaments going on around the country, to have this as an option and being able to track what that app allows us to track, to me is a thing of beauty. But without asking you a specific question about win percentages, what do the Bellevue Blazers have to do here to gain control of this game?
Bat out of their skins.
Okay.
I simply put, they are going to have to put up a solid batting effort. It's going to take up. This partnership will be key. They do have batting to come. It's not like they don't. It's just the target is big. You've lost your set batter in Dishadingra early today.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to try and change momentum and put pressure on the bowling side.
Gets through. They'll probably just settle for 1 here. Good piece of work. You like seeing the outfielders put that effort in. Taranam Chopra, who took that really good catch in the first over, doing the fielding on that occasion. Back to what you just said. You need to bat out of your skins. If I were to ask you for specific players in that lineup, you do have a couple of internationals. You have Aaliyah Lane, you have Janelia Glasgow. You have the U.S. player, the captain, Giovanna Aras, Chetna Prasad, a number of names still to come. Do you want to highlight 1 or 2 who you think would have something to do with whether or not they're able to make this chase a successful one?
I'm still in absolute shock that we went from 63% to 149 on the cards.
Oh. I tell you what, look at that fielding effort too. You want to be backed up in the field. You want to keep that pressure on the opposition. And it is Jazara Claxton in that position at extra cover, a position that she's made her own throughout this tournament. Really difficult to get the ball past her. Oh, you like the short ball, Manali Patel. This one bouncing a little too high and over the top for wide, but that does stick in Mahek Desai's mind, you would think.
Yeah, it's always going to play in the back of your mind because you just want to be a little bit faster to react to it. The fielding at the moment is absolutely electric. They cannot pierce these gaps and the pressure continues to build with the dot balls. 3 overs gone, 6 for 1.
You referred to taking it in phases. The old phrase applies here. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. What does the next...
An awful image.
The imagery might be a bit gory, but I think the point is you're not going to make it all happen at once. Tickle around the corner here, not the cleanest of contact, and they'll just get one. But to go back to my question, you're looking to create phases. For example, at the end of the power play, the Washington Waves were 42 for 3. Make that 49 for 4. Do you look to exceed where they were at that time as this is skied down the air and goes all the way for 6? Clean strike from Mahek Desai to get the first boundary.
That is what I was talking about earlier. You've got to change momentum. You've got to get the pressure back on the bowling side. A few of those is going to do just that. What a shot this is. She's picked it up from outside off, put it straight down the ground, and it's got some distance on it as well. She is also a very handy batter. We've seen her time and time again in partnerships with Disha Dhingra, and she'll have to take that lead today.
Better delivery. Fuller not allowing Mahek Desai to get underneath it. Take a look at this. Look where she drags this from maybe 5th or 6th stump line, and completely playing with the turn, getting all of the impetus into that shot and sending it probably 10 yards over the rope at long on. Hammered away. That made such a sweet sound off the bat. 4 more.
She does have very good hands, Mahek Desai, and she's got very good bat speed as well. Just allows you to time it better, get that extra distance over the rope as well. And she was cramped for room on that occasion as well. So the fact that she's been able to get that much power onto it is very impressive.
Same direction, but this time it will be cut off. Sanvi Sood doing the fielding down there. But my goodness, are we signaling sort of a change in momentum here? 12 already from the over with 1 ball remaining.
Just watch this momentum. And now watch this momentum change. As the runs start to come, you'll notice the body language of the fielders just drop a little. They'll just start to get a little bit quieter, and that's what you want to do. Put it right back onto that bowling side. 4 overs gone, it's 18 for 1.
I will tell you what. Game on. Mahek Desai, if she stays there, can do damage. You've seen that already. You have the internationals, Aliyah Lane and Janelia Glasgow. And the name that I called earlier, I think is going to be very relevant here. The captain herself, Javan Aras. All she did was lead the entire tournament in strike rate with a strike rate of 156. Skied, and it's going to clear short third and run back toward us here. And I just thought almost had a fielding opportunity there, Manali.
I'm glad you didn't. I'm sure you would have missed it.
The hands were in the right place,
Just
though.
saved the embarrassment, I think.
The hands were in the right place. Okay, take a look at this. Okay, take a look at, see whether or not the hands were in the right place to field this one.
I thought you were talking about take a look
Right
at the
there,
shot.
the hands were right there. It's just the box that prevented that elegant piece of fielding. Oh, up and over. That is going to be 4 more. I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, watch for Mahek Desai. She is now 21 from 16.
Important innings. This back-to-back 4s, in a lot more control on this one than the one before. Down the ground, an area that she does like to go. And just inside the rope as well.
Oh my goodness, a change in fortunes now. This feels like a much more defensive field, which to me says that the Washington Waves are looking to sort of staunch the flow of runs. Long on and mid-wicket in position on the boundary. Oh, cheeky. Oh, this might be the best of all of them. Intentionally run behind deep third for another boundary.
4, 4, and 4 more. Power, and this time finesse. And it shows the versatility that she has. Mahek Desai just opens the face of the bat. She knows there's a gap between those two fielders and threads it beautifully for 4 more.
So bold, very full and in the block hole. I'll tell you what, you have gone now to the 3rd over from Geeta Kakadali. So she will only have 1 more over left. Maybe we're thinking well ahead down the line, but at the death, you're going to essentially have 1 over of pace and a lot of spin. And we'll see how that plays itself out. Down the ground for 4 more. Mahek Desai is on fire.
Exquisite. This is exquisite batting from Mahek Desai. The amount of control that she has on this is exceptional. Everything is steady, head steady, throws the arms beautifully to take this down the ground for 4 more. 1 delivery to come.
Oh, she will feel like she missed out there. That was another one that could have been streaming back past behind point. But what an over. 16 runs coming from it. Game on. 34 for 1 after 5.
What an over that was. Started with 3 boundaries in a row and then a dot. That was probably the cheekiest of them all. She just opens the face and this. Total control. Doesn't overhit it, just times it down the ground. She's definitely a talent to watch out for. Mahek Desai. Sheil.
Absolutely.
Where are we going with this game?
This is a roller coaster of a game. It's game on, absolutely. They will take a chase and a half. They have to play out of their skins, but Mahek Desai is coming to her own after that initial setback that they had received. It's a very interesting thing to see Disha come in at number 3, Monali. She showed a few big shots in the last couple of games. So they're definitely holding on to some of their hitters so that they can prolong their batting order a bit today.
Yeah, expecting to bat deep, and they're going to need to today. 140 needed from here on off 89 deliveries. They just need to try and change that equation of the required run rate quickly. Want to try and bring it as low as they can, and then that pressure all of a sudden doesn't exist as much.
Just to reflect back a little in that batting innings of Waves earlier today. As we see this, single. Isani Wagela so far coming into this tournament, couple of good catches on the boundary line. That was her highlight, but what a day did she put her hand up and be counted as a batter. Exceptional innings.
That's a full toss. And that's just going to land inside the rope. I believe that is 4. We'll just wait on confirmation. That's a poor delivery, though. I don't think it's been called a no ball either. I'm hearing it's a 6. I'm just waiting on confirmation. There it is. Does manage to get it right over the rope for 6.
Interesting to see the replay. I think it pitched a little, an inch inside of what we saw here.
Oh, just over.
Just over. Wow.
It's a good thing we're not the umpires.
No, certainly not. And I do need my glasses, of course. We need the eye specialist appointment.
You
Pronto.
seem awfully sure without your glasses there.
Gosh. And Brian Walters, he's got the right specs on.
And he still misses the ball. It's a dot to end the over. End of the power play as well. 6 overs gone, 42 for 1.
So
Time for a quick interview as well. So we'll head down to the media box.
Welcome back to Maiden Media Center, and right now I have with me Janice Jan, who's a House of Representative. She's at a state level House rep for 41st LD. And Janice, I voted for you. I voted for you, and I've always been a supporter of you since the time you've been at Bellevue City Council. So welcome.
Well, thank you. I'm excited to be here and watch the women's cricket match.
Now, this is amazing. Janice, do you remember the first time you were there for the cricket match? I think it was in 2021, and Seattle Thunderbolts minor league match was going there, and you were a Bellevue council member. You had a broken foot, and you were on a scooter. You still came with your foot on the scooter all the way in the middle of the ground and enjoyed your first cricket match. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, well, thanks for inviting me. You know, I had a lot of fun, although as Jigan said, I actually had just had Achilles tendon surgery, and I was not actually supposed to leave the house, and yet I really wanted to learn, and so I came in my little scooter and just really appreciated the amount of community that we saw at the cricket field and watching the game for actually the very first time. I really didn't understand how the game worked, and they were so gracious in helping me understand and seeing just the level of community that the sport brings.
And since then, you probably have been to hundreds of cricket events, and you've seen youth and girls grow so much. How have you been feeling about that?
Well, I have to say that actually for me, the most exciting aspect is actually watching the growth of the girls cricket, because I had actually attended several of the award ceremonies where we were recognizing the teams, and they were all the boys cricket teams, and seeing just the growth of the girls playing cricket, and I love that. So the fact that these 3 teams, and then today in the championship final, these 2 teams, and watching. And, you know, thank you for sharing with me that as young as 14 and then up to 38 years old, I mean, that just shows the durability of the sport. Oh, look, there's a wicket. That's a wicket.
Well, that's a breakthrough. And what a good catch from Jazara Claxton to be able to complete it. So drop catch the ball before, but this time it's the catch taken of the important batter. Mahek Desai is going to have to walk back. He was a really good 41 of 28 deliveries. Tossed up, certainly in the slot to go for it, just didn't get it out of the middle. Really good catch this though. Made the adjustment, thought it was going to go over her, had to reconsider that.
Couple of things that they did well. First of all, Javi Pathak will be breathing a huge sigh of relief. She herself dropped the catch in her own bowling. and we get back to the media interview again.
Welcome back. We are talking to Janice John, our house rep, and today somehow all the interviews we've been taking, they've been wickets falling in the match. So it's been a great match out here. So one of the great things that you're working on that I heard at the state level is a sport caucus for the state. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, it's actually really exciting that every one of these interviews has had a wicket because to me, this is actually about sports. Earlier this year, we actually formed a sports caucus in the legislature, recognizing just the importance of sports in all of our lives and how much sports is an integral part of and the spirit in Washington State. So I'm really excited about how we can bring more recognition and awareness of sports, the sports that we already have, as well as emerging sports. We actually in Washington State are one of the few that have the number of sports teams that we do in professional sports. And I'm just excited about cricket and bringing more cricket matches and hopefully a cricket community park to Washington State.
Yeah, that's the key thing, Cricket Community Park, right? And we've always had great support from you for the Cricket Community Park. Thanks a lot. Hopefully, we would be able to do exactly the same women's exhibition matches at our Cricket Community Park next year. How do you feel about that?
Well, that's the hope and the expectation. I still remember when the cricket community came to me and said, we really need to have a place for a cricket community park more than the pop-ups that we've had that is not quite the same level for Major League Cricket. And so it's been, I think 5 years for the cricket community and really 4 years for me getting involved in trying to figure out how do we get to a place where the potential of Miramore Park to be that community cricket park. When we spoke several years ago, I was hearing about the fact that it's a place for both the cricket games to be played as well as when there's not a game, it could be a park for community events, concerts, and just gathering in a way that is really meaningful for community building.
No, totally. And that is the whole idea of the Cricket Community Park. I'm so glad that you've been able to kind of track and support and lead the whole initiatives for that. Thanks for doing that. Cricket community loves you. And we love that you are so in tune with our needs and what needs to be done to move the envelope further. Thanks a lot, Janice.
No, thank you. I'm all in. Let's go.
Another partnership here. You cannot blame that last wicket. You cannot blame that last wicket of Mahek Desai and the fashion that she got out in because she had to go for it. She was doing her job. I love the intent. It just didn't come off on that occasion, but she did give her side 41 runs at a time where they were struggling.
Precious 41. Played really well. It's fact. And
Six more this, down the ground, Disha into the attack. And they're keeping themselves in this contest.
it's been working on Disha's mind, Manali, because she's been there for those 13 balls. And she may be wondering, because of her taking a bit of time, Mahek Desai would have taken that initiative to play a shot that cost her a wicket. But here's Disha coming into her own, a huge six. For the short stature that she has, that's a lot of punch that she packs in her shot when she gets that right. And she gets it on Amarpal's bowling, who's been one of the talismanic bowlers, leading the wickets chart. She also leading the MVP chart here for this competition. After 8, we are 58 for 2. And we see Yashaditi and into the attack.
91 off 72. Neck and neck with the amount of required runs or the required rate.
Yeah, they're keeping themselves interested.
And they do have batting. They
do.
absolutely have batting in their lineup to come. Dragged down. Unlucky to have missed out on that, Janelia Glasgow.
Ooh,
That might leave a
was-
bit of a bruise. Gitika Kodali's copped that one pretty well.
She had it in her sight there. She could have placed it anywhere, left or right of Gitika, and that would have been a 4. She finds Gitika Kodali straight.
We have seen Janelia Glasgow just struggle with the bat a little. Yesterday was a tough day in the middle with the bat, and today her side really need her to find that rhythm. They need to get her to find some runs.
We know what she can do. She had a good innings earlier this competition. Had a tough day yesterday, but let's see what she can do. A team would be hoping she puts her hand up, plays an absolute winning knock here.
And now this is where you could get yourself in a bit of a pickle. 3 off 7, the dot balls are starting to build. It doesn't necessarily put pressure on Julia, although I'm sure she's feeling it, but it will put pressure on Disha. Plus, she's hitting it well now, and she's stuck at the non-strikers end. Got to try and pick up a single and just get the set batter on strike.
And those 2 square of the wicket, field as the offside. Working on her mind because she likes to play that cut shot, and she's not doing that. She's trying to force it in the front of the wicket now. And that's why that shot that she played directly to Gitika Kodali was a big one, because that was an opportunity for her to break the shackles. Good over so far, Ishaditi. She is a very reliable bowler. We've seen that. Puts in a lot of thought in her bowling. Even now, she's kind of making sure that her fielding is precise. And that's...
What a catch that is! It's an absolute blinder from Amarpal Kaur. And they've dismissed the set batter in Disha. Yashaditi in the attack. And she's gotten a breakthrough. They've pegged them back again. That's the third one gone.
We were just talking about how precise attention she pays to her field placement. Amarpal was one where she moved her a little, but this time it was a straight shot. Even Amarpal didn't move an inch there, or maybe an inch or two right inside. What a fantastic judge catch. Those are very difficult ones. They can in a flash get away from you, but she just stuck out her hand and made sure that was a softer hand. It stuck there, it did not ricochet from her hand. A wicket down. 59.
This is trouble.
This is trouble, 100%.
Mind you, we've seen the skipper, Javon Aris, get runs. She can hit the ball well. She does love to target going downtown, straight in the V.
She has had a few 20s, high 20s in this tournament, and today a high 20 won't help. They would need a pretty longer innings from her, at least with these two to hunker down now, have a 60, 70 run partnership, if not more. 90 from 67. It's getting tougher and tougher. It's the final of the competition.
Oh, what a delivery that is. Just missing the outside edge, and an excellent over comes to an end. It's a wicket and just the 1 run. 9 overs gone, 59 for 3.
looking at the batting to come after these two batters, Ali Aline is probably the other batter who can hit some big ones. And the rest of the batters, of course, the great opportunity from all of them. Shubhi Agarwal, Ritul Dwivedi, I assume they're here in the team as batters. But these two have a huge task on their hands. Paul Kaur, fresh after that catch that she took.
She does like to take pace off the ball, so it makes it so difficult to be able to hit it away. It's exactly what worked really well for Mahek Desai earlier in the innings. She enjoyed the pace of Gitika Kodali.
Manali, 3 good catches taken by the Waves, Washington Waves, and catches. Will that be the difference today? Because 3 extremely good catches. Taranum Chopra judging well, Jazara Claxton judging well, and exceptional anticipation by our Paul Call.
Into the leg side. Just a couple of bounces to the fielder. And yeah, absolutely. I think the catches will have a big difference. They've picked them up at the right time as well. Dismissing the set batters every time. And the other aspect is just the amount of excitement and energy it brings back into the fielding side. Because there will be lulls on the field and you just need those moments to then pick everyone back up.
You bet.
No timing. Losing her shape completely on that one, Janelia Glasgow. She really is struggling with the bat.
She is. At this point, I guess Mahek Desai was batting on a different planet altogether. Rest all the batters have found it difficult. And the Waves are cashing on that moment now.
Halfway point, 10 overs gone. It's 63 for 3. We're going to take a quick drinks break and we'll be back in a little while.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it comes down to this. If the Bellevue Blazers want to win this first edition of the Seattle Orcas Women's T20 exhibition, they will need to score 86 runs in 10 overs at the rate of 8.6. That is not easy, particularly since they've lost a couple of wickets in the last few overs. Slowing wickets or taking wickets always slows the scoring rate down. And that young lady in the middle of your screen, Yashadi Titeki, is very difficult under ordinary circumstances. Add to that the fact that she's an off-spinner bowling to two left-handed batters. And that, to me, feels like a very stiff ask for the Bellevue Blazers. Sheil Majumdar.
Absolutely, and you said it, Yashadi Teki, such an impressive bowler. Even now, to the last moment, making sure every single fielder is precisely in the position that she wants them in. And there you go, the shot. Like you see, there are three fielders there. She is definitely very sure where Giovanna plays her shots. When she's got those two fielders, two on the boundaries, and one short in the mid-wicket position. So she gives a lot of thought, and that's what so impressed me in the last over when she moved the fielders and ensured Amar Pal is in the right place, and she got that close and catch induced. Very good to see a young bowler putting so much of thought in their bowling, Brian.
Janelia, Janelia Glasgow, high-level player. As of right now, hasn't quite found the fluidity that she'd need to find and find quickly in order for them to threaten this innings.
What an opportunity for her, though, today. An international player getting an opportunity here. Senior statesperson of the team. The team is looking up to her. If these two can hunker down from here and see them through, well, we're going to see a spectacular game of cricket then. I hope that happens. I mean, at least let's see a good final here, capping up a tournament that was that exceeded all expectations, honestly.
The expectations that you mentioned were high. Oh, signal is wide also. So a couple of wides that will not hurt the cause of the Bellevue Blazers. But the expectations. I haven't really had a tournament before where you've put together this mix of international players and local stars. And I think I have seen a tremendous level of cricket so far. It does come down to whether or not the international player in Janelia Glasgow Janelia Glasgow, along with the batter in the tournament who has the highest strike rate, that will be Giovanna Aras, can they put together some sort of effort to get after this total that is going to continue to be more and more distant with all the dot balls that you're seeing? Well, that will help. Out of the screws, Giovanna Aras gets 6.
Well, she medals when she does. Those stay hit. And the fact that she has this incredible reach for her height, there you go. She medaled that. No, that for sure is. Just a while back, they were showing on camera Yatin Aras, her dad, who's kind of very proudly watching her, but at the same time, sure, he's got his heart in his mouth when the ball goes in the air. But that stayed hit. Incredible. If anyone who can change the tempo of this game, it's her. A couple of those lusty hits.
This is good cricket. You don't have to hit every ball for 6. You can score 2 different ways. You can hit the long ball if the ball is there to be hit, or you can also just push it in the gap and run. And that's what she did there. I have a question for you about, you mentioned Yatin Aras. And I'll ask that question maybe at the end of the over. Oh, wow. Bounce and turn. Yashadi Titeki pulls off a special delivery. Tell you what, not a bad over if you want to go on and win this match. 11 runs coming from the 11th end of the over. Look at this again. Oh my God. That.
Look at the turn and bounce.
Brilliant. The Kardoshi, of course, you just heard the announcement, celebrating a birthday today. The question I was going to ask, do you have kids who play sports?
I don't have children.
Okay. Both my sons play sports. In fact, son number 1 is a professional player, soccer player in upstate New York. Son number 2 is a college player. He'll be playing in a match this afternoon Just got a text from him earlier. He's starting, which is a good thing.
Awesome.
I found it way more difficult to be a cricket parent than a soccer parent. I cannot express to you how difficult it is. And the reason why I say that is because soccer is, or football as the rest of the world knows it, is a series of plays where individuals pass the ball to each other and eventually somebody gets the glory and you score. Cricket is a series of one-on-one matchups.
Yes.
There's nowhere to hide if you're the bowler or the batter.
Oh, man.
And if you're getting smoked over a rope, you can't blame that on anybody else.
Yeah,
Speaking
cricket
of
can
being
be a mix
smoked,
of team
go ahead.
sport and glorious stages of absolute loneliness. When a bowler is standing at the top of the mark and running in, there's nobody around you. And as a parent, to watch that moment, especially if they're coming across 3 to win, their heart goes out to their kid out there.
You are exactly accurate. I found it difficult to just even watch, let alone be able to offer words of encouragement. Look at this, over the top, and it goes for 6 more. I mentioned the fact that she has the highest strike rate in this entire competition, Giovanna Aras, and she's showing it here.
The thing about Giovanna that I like is that she doesn't go bang, bang every ball. She waits for the right ball. She also has equal number of defensive shots. But here, look at it. She spots the ball, which is short of length, way early, reaches out, and then when she medals, they stay hit. She knows this part of the world. She plays her cricket in this region. She practically knows all these grounds at the back of her palm, but she stakes her own. Last 3-4 games I've been seeing her, she's extremely calm and composed and knows which ball to go after. Oh,
She doesn't get this one out of the middle, though. It is going to be catchable, and it is taken. Body blow. Absolute body blow. Look at the smile on the face of Taranam Chopra. That is a big one. 82 for 4.
commentator's curse. And I have been on fire for the last 3 days.
I think there needs to be a column when we see the graphics at the end of the screen. There needs to be a final column added to the right. Wickets taken.
Oh my God!
By Sheil Majumdar, because you would be leading the entire category. Look at this catch. Look how well judged this is.
Oh, we were just talking about catches. 3 going down in the first innings, and that resulted, that gave the opposition Waves some respite to come and score those runs. But the Waves, in their opportunity, they aren't doing anything wrong. They have picked up every single catch that's come their way.
Oh, my goodness. All that, ladies and gentlemen, would have hurt. It absolutely would have hurt. So now you're going to ask the 2 West Indians in the side. Aliyah Lane is the new batter. And she's joining Janelia Glasgow. Janelia Glasgow, 8 from 15. A strike rate of just over 50% is not going to get it done today. And Aliyah Lane played
67 of 48 is not too skewed. I mean, a good partnership can get them through. And I hope against that we get to see some free-spirited Caribbean typhoon out here.
Typhoon!
They both have the capability. They just have to get their form in there. Certainly Janelia Glasgow.
Yashidi Tsek is bowling a good length.
Yes.
That length is such that the batter cannot get underneath these deliveries. Now, this now adds a different element. You were bowling to 2 left-handers earlier, so you were taking the ball away from both left-handers. You're now bowling to right-handed Aliyah Lane. Very experienced. 46 ODIs, not ODIs, I'm sorry, T20s played in her career for the West Indies.
46. Wow, she's a seasoned campaigner.
Oh my goodness, the most seasoned campaigner in this tournament. So, are you going to put yourself in a good position here to get runs? Oh my goodness, that is going to get through. Don't know if that was an edge If it's an edge, really it doesn't matter at this stage because you just want runs of any kind. There was no edge. There's the bye signaled by the umpire. But you just want runs of any kind at this stage.
Yep.
So, if you were to construct sort of a template for the next, say, 5 or so overs for the Bellevue Blazers, what would that look like?
At least for the next 2 overs, I would probably look at picking up 8 to 10 runs by just running hard. Because trying big shots for boundaries can result what just happened. You play straight to the fielder. But if you tap it in and just pick up 6 or 7 singles or a couple of ones and twos, that will get you to a right and left hand combination. Bowlers will not be able to settle. Bowlers are on fire at this point. Yashaditya tail is up right now, but a couple of singles and doubles, that will get you a little more set. And then you can go after big shots again, which I think when we saw in the morning today, Isani Wagela and Geetika Kodali did it exceptionally well. For 2-3 overs, they just picked up singles, sometimes even dot balls, but they got their eye in and then went after the gold, and they struck gold like how. So this is probably here. These both have probably played together, Alia and Janelia.
Over the top, and that's going to run away for 4, I believe. It absolutely does. That will help.
Good. And that probably gives her a little more confidence. And I'm not going to say anything more than that at this point.
You know, this equipment that's around that Babar and Vishal have in front of us almost got destroyed by me spitting Mountain Dew all over it just now. A single down the ground. And Shiel Majumda's attempt to take a wicket is in vain. That is the end of over number 13. The score is 91 for 4.
91 for 4 out of 13. 7 more overs to go. And they have about 58 more runs to get.
Look, 58 from 42 in modern cricket is not difficult. 58 for 2 with an outfield that is quickening up ever since it's dried out a little bit. Could easily, maybe not easily, but you can do it without, you know, going helter-skelter.
Yeah.
So the game is certainly not done yet. Lovely looking shot down the ground, and that is going to be a single. Is it now up to Janelia Glasgow, 15 from 19, to start finding the middle of the bat?
Straight batted the last 4 that she hit in the previous over, and this shot is trying to play straight. She's aware that she's having a bit of a trouble in her timing, but she's putting her head down, which is good.
See, that shot felt like they were chasing 58 from 22. The head went up, trying to find that area over cow corner. I still think what you just said is perfectly fine. Push the ball into the gaps, run 1s and 2s. This is perfectly fine. Do that for another couple of overs. Then you get, as you rightly pointed out, it's a left-hand, right-hand combination. The bowler's lines might be a little bit affected. And that's how, to me, you get back into the flow of things. You don't need to hit every ball for 6. Certainly don't need to do it at the beginning of the over as Aliyah Lynn was just attempting to do.
How's she as a batter, Aliyah Lynn?
Well, I mean, she's international, so at this level, she's plenty good enough.
Okay.
She's an all-rounder, probably a bowling all-rounder, better with the ball than the bat, but still more than capable. And certainly at this stage, you would think that she would certainly fit the bill in terms of what you need. Down the ground, really flat, struck hard, but straight to Sanavagela.
Once again, straight down the ground. So that's her calling card at this point. If she'd get her form back and timing back, playing straight is the best way rather than trying to do something more industrious, the square of the wicket, especially against someone like Amarpal Kaur, who keeps the basics right and then makes help and waits for the batters to make mistakes. And a few of them been making mistakes, and Amarpal has been picking up wickets. This is her last over, last couple of balls. They need to just see her through here.
Hit hard. Almost taking out her partner.
Yep.
They might come back for a second. No, they will not come back for a second. That's a good, solid strike, but well fielded on the boundary by Sanavagela.
That almost took Janelia out completely.
Yes.
She was airborne, trying to save herself there.
That is well fielded. If that gets through, it is 4 to the extra cover boundary. So this is a really good over. The last one bowled. Here, see that replay?
Oh my God.
Janelia Glasgow absolutely has to take evasive action. This is going to come down to the wire. It feels end of over number 13. Make that 14.
Yorka, that's the mascot of Seattle Orcas there.
Yorka. I absolutely love that. I absolutely love that. And speaking of Yorka, your two dogs are?
Beamer and Yorker.
Okay, which one of them almost bit me just now? Which one was it, Yorker or Beamer?
No, I guess it was.
It was actually both of them because they both growled at me for a while.
Yeah, they're hungry dogs right now. It's just the daytime for a long walk. They are barking at me as well at this point, I guess. Their biggest dissatisfaction is why is the old man sitting in that tent, blabbering away when we need some food.
And some attention. Gotta have some attention.
So 25 runs enough for 4 overs. Amarpal Kaur for a wicket. Oh, what do you think about that?
Sweep.
Trying
Okay,
to-
so I'm an old guy. I prefer to bang the ball down the ground than to try a reverse sweep. Having said that, you can understand why she's playing it. Deep third or short third is in position.
Yep.
Nobody behind until her left, and nobody at fine legs. So there are opportunities to score runs behind the wickets. Quick single. I would just as soon, though, just see the ball struck down the ground. There are other ways to pick up singles. And again, almost by definition, a reverse sweep is a premeditated shot.
It is a premeditated one. She was committed quite early in that one as
Yes.
well. Gives a lot of glimpse to the bowler to change their trajectory if they want to. Talking of playing at the square of the wicket, Brian, I was off air when Jazara Claxton earlier today played a couple of cut shots. Mind you, they reminded me of certain Brian Charles Lara.
Or Brian Von Walters, one of the two.
Yep. I haven't seen you bat, and I'm sure it's going to be as elegant. Oh, my God.
God, what a big wicket this one is. Look at the celebration from Jazara Claxton. She does not drop anything in that position, and that is a big one. 96 for 5.
The sheer disappointment expressed by Janelia out there. She banged her bat down in absolute anger. She knew how important it was for her to stay there. Taking a shimmy down the wicket. And it was a slog out there, straight into the hands of Jazara Claxton, whom we were talking about. Well, the camera is on Jazara Claxton on the other end.
Look at the celebration, my goodness.
Janelia had just sort of banged her bat into the wicket. She was disappointed. She was gutted. She knew she had to stay there to see her team through. Gosh, this game within a game, right, Brian?
Jazara Claxton from the island of St. Kitts. By the way, earlier I said Elaine has played 46 matches for the West Indies. I was absolutely wrong. The number is 68 T20s, 65 for West Indies and 3 for Barbados at the Commonwealth Games in 22. So vast experience, and I was not nearly giving her the credit that she deserves.
That's a lot of games. She's a seasoned campaigner, to say the least.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so the new batter, Shubhi Agarwal. And I will tell you, talking back about a cricket parent. Shubha's mother is seated right over there under that tent, and I'm thinking she is having trouble even watching right now. Outside edge found. She'll get off the mark.
The players are shrieking.
Yes.
They're trying to egg the players, the fellow players, to do their. They know, they're seeing it. The Waves are seeing this championship in their hands.
Oh my goodness, yes. So that is the end of over number 15. We're halfway through the second half, if that makes sense. 3/4 of the way through the innings. It will be tough from here. It is another 52 needed in the next 5 overs. Now, may I remind you, Sheil Majumdar, that when they batted, the Washington Waves scored 50 in their last 5.
Yep.
So it's certainly doable.
It is.
But they're going to have to bat out of their skin, as Monali said earlier.
And the fact that someone like Shubhi Agarwal, what a fantastic opportunity for her. Like we saw Isani Wagela today, coming to the party, putting her hand up. It's not going to be easy. The bowlers of Waves, we have seen them. They know how to defend. They've done that twice in this tournament. And it's a matter of who keeps the calm and who brings out character, hidden character from there to play out of their skin and hold their head out here. I always believe that, sometimes the more experienced heads can have too many historical monsters, and versus youngsters who are free-spirited minds, they can go and express themselves. Look at that. Trying to play square of the wicket. Dot balls at this time.
Excuse me. Very interesting because, look, the two bowlers who put a stranglehold on the innings have both been bowled out. That would be Amar Palkar and Yashiditi Teki. They're done. Adira Watt, as that's pulled into the deep, they should just get one here, I believe. Oh, the spin did her. They come back for the second run, but they took off in belated fashion, and that is going to be out. Oh, no, I was a little bit premature. I saw one hand going up. He was actually asking the umpire for the instant review. We will have that break to the naked eye. That looks gone to me, Sheil.
This is going to be interesting. To me, I think she was shot. But my eyes have been tested. This is not the first one. I've got a couple of vision issues. So I'm definitely not going to call that out as emphatically as I did the last time around. But I did see from the body language of people that she may have been an inch or two short.
Well, one thing that you have to be cognizant of is that if you're going to go for 2, you need to run the first one hard and then sprint back for the second. They hesitated a good half a second before deciding to go for that second run. And this here should give us a good view.
That's great camera work there.
Absolutely brilliant camera work. Oh, it's going to be close. Gone. The bat is nowhere near on the ground. And that is the end of the batter. I will tell you that one will hurt. Ah.
What a sigh of relief for me in front respect to my eyes. It's not that bad. But certainly, Shubhi Agarwal, we were talking about her a while back, but that was again something we have heard so many times, and Ryan, you've heard that too as well. Never run on a misfield.
Never run on a misfield is exactly right. To me, the other issue is that they did not seem to be fully committed to 2 from the outset.
Yes.
And so there was that hesitation. Take a look at this.
Yep.
Well, this is after the turn, so you'll just now see that was the run out. You'll see it at the very end. Maybe we'll have time to go back and look at that entire sequence. But I think there was no immediate commitment to go for that second run. And having not had that commitment is where, unfortunately, Shubhi Agarwal has run out.
And I sense it that the first run was taken slowly. They probably were just ambling away, and that's what many modern-day coaches say. Many modern-day coaches, just a single there to the mid-wicket. Many modern-day coaches say that, irrespective of whatever the consequences are, just run the first one hard.
Oh my
So,
goodness,
and
yes.
then take a little bit of a start, and then see where the ball is. If that would have been the case,
Take a look at this again. Oh, eventually. We'll get to that replay eventually. But my goodness, I think you're exactly right. They were not immediately committed to that second run. Maybe potentially at the end of the over, we might be able to take a look at that run out again. But to the point, here we go. Here is what we're looking at. Here is the first one, touching down, and this very, very
already ambling,
casual. And then just both of them are ambling, both of them are ball watching, and not enough commitment for me to immediately sprint back for that second run. I hope it doesn't sound like we're being critical.
No.
These young ladies are out here trying as much as they can, but it's the little margins that make a difference in this game sometimes.
No, and she will learn it. I'm sure the coaches will work on that one. The great Dean Jones used to say, the first run, put your head down and run.
Sprint.
And make sure that you keep an eye on the ball, but just head down and run. Once you complete it, then you take a stock of where things are, but you already saved a second or two.
Completely.
And in this case, probably that 1 second made the difference. But look, she's a youngster. Understand that. All these players will understand there's a lot of notes they will be making out of this tournament, and this will be one of those moments, really.
All of 15 years old. I know her coach very well, a very good friend of mine. His name is Clint Copeland. He's from the same country that produced that name that you said earlier, Brian Charles Lara.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Wow.
I am sure Clint is watching as we speak. Clint, absolutely great work. In fact, I'm only talking about Shubhi Agarwal. Clint has coached at one time or another probably half of the young ladies in the U.S. setup.
That's an amazing.
Tremendous, tremendous coach. But having said that, no question the Bellevue Blazers are in trouble here. It's a 101 for 6. Didn't acknowledge it when it came up. 100 came up at the end of the previous over. And it is Tarnum Chopra who is now bowling her third over. And oh my goodness, a lot to play for, but it feels like it's going out of range. That required run rate, center bottom of your screen, 12.5. That means you need more than 2 runs off of every ball. The rest of the way, it will not be easy.
I said that yesterday, Brian. At the age of 14, I was barely able to write my name. And here, the ladies, they're just wonderfully sort of competing with so much of flair and skill. So I have immense respect. And I said that out of 39 players in play here, 13 of them are 17 or below. That's an incredible statistic. And so many eyes are on this tournament across the United States and in the North American region, because this is also kind of testing the waters. And if they have to put a professional women's league out here, how will that look? And I hope that from here to that destination, the journey is quicker and they can get to a women's league. Definitely needed. We've seen what soccer has done in the United States. It came in '94 together. The women's soccer team has been world champions, and I hope.
Playing into the leg side. I think the soccer. Oh my goodness! Look at this. The soccer analogy is very appropriate. And more to the point, this can be a stepping stone. It can be sort of an avenue by which these young ladies find the opportunity to truly make a name for themselves in a sport. And I really do enjoy seeing that. Well,
17th over, almost coming to an end. 45 runs needed after this in 3 overs. 15, asking rate of 15.
Played straight. That is a good shot. It has the legs and it goes for 4. You need plenty more of those. That is a good strike down the ground for 4. That is the end of over number 17 rather. Score is 108 for 6.
Ali Aline choosing to drill that down the ground straight, and that's probably always a great place to hit to get the maximum returns. Now Chetna Prasad, she can farm the strike to early Aline and we can expect some big shots from her. Well, you can see the match turning into something more interesting than where it is right now. It's an incredible atmosphere here today. A good number of audience and spectators in, parents and dignitaries and just supporters and more interested neighbors as well from the area who just have come out with their Sunday gear and box of beer probably.
Pulled away, and that's going to be 4. Plenty more needed, but this is a good little bit of a fight back going into over number 18.
I just said Chetna, if she can farm the strike to early Aline, if she can do that, she doesn't need to do any of those.
Well, farming the strike at this
She
point.
herself can see it through.
Yes, absolutely. Well, couple of boundaries, the last 2 deliveries in this innings. You still need another 37 from 17, but whilst there's life, there's hope. Oh, did she swing too early on that? They'll get a couple of runs here. What flavor of runs will they be? Might just be buys. In fact, did that go for 4? It went for 4 buys.
Well.
You don't care what kind of runs they are at this stage, but 4 buys obviously is on the keeper. It's not going to be on the batter herself, but look at this. Now, if I were to ask you to critique that, would you say the keeper got up a little too early?
Well, buys are always a little bit of touch and go situation, but I think in this stage you should expect that keepers not give any freebies.
Direct hit. Oh, that's a great throw from Amar Palkar, but immediately the umpire signaling that it was not out. That's a. Here's the lesson. How quickly did they run those 2 runs?
Yep.
They're sprinting all out.
Yes.
If you do this, you win games. It really is that simple.
It's a matter of those inches, really.
Oh, yes.
About. And I'm going to keep my gob shut of the batters out here. I've got enough mockers on so many players. I'll just say that situation is just going along. They're doing well.
Pulled away into the air, into the deep landing short. Another couple. Another couple runs here. Actually, they just ran 1 for that, didn't they? So, a long way to go here, but my goodness, it's coming down to the wire. Another 30 needed in 14 balls. Tossed up. Oh! Goes by. Almost going to be another buy, I would imagine. No, it's a wide. That's huge because that's an extra ball and an extra run.
There's a lot happening out there. Suddenly there's a flurry of action. A boundary, 4 buys, couple of runs, a wide. It's all happening.
Pulled away.
Once again, pulled away. There are 2 boundary riders there. That would be restricted just a single. But they are throwing their bat around. There's some urgency out there, Brian.
Once again, stop me if you've heard this before. The lesson is that urgency could have always been there had they been a little bit more resolute running between the wickets.
Wicket again, Ali Aline. They've got a fielder specifically at the cow corner for her because
Yes.
they know she can throw the bat around.
Oh,
15 runs of that over, Brian.
Look.
123 for 6 after 18.
it is doable.
It is. They needed 15 runs each in the last 3 overs. They've got the first 15. Now it is 26 more to get of 12. So they've got 13 more. The asking rate of 13 per over. I can definitely say there is some A lot of chewing of nails happening out here at this point in this ground. It's incredible to see how many kids are here watching this. Also good to see the Redmond Raptors, the team. They made their exit yesterday, but they're here in numbers to see and support cricket all across.
Geetika Kodali back into the attack. Oh my goodness. A dot ball, a precious dot ball to start over number 19, the penultimate over of the match. In almost all circumstances will be bowled by your best strike bowler, and that is Geetika Kodali.
Oh,
a little bit of an extra bounce there.
Yep. That was just came out of nowhere. It was a bit of a minefield out there, Geetika Kodali. And she tried to do something unnatural there, trying to just stop the batters in their track by bowling a bit short. That bounced quite unexpectedly for Chetna Prasad. There is certainly a lot of a flurry of activities out here. They have to make this over a slightly bigger one to avoid too much being left for the last over. And the first 3 balls, I must say, Geetika Kodali has got it right on the money.
Well, right on the money. You can do much worse than having a Geetika Kodali bowl in the way that she is right now. Just 3 runs so far from the over. Just 2 of those off the bat, 1 a leg by. And I will tell you that she is a truly expert bowler.
Singles are not going to worry them.
Singles will not bother them in the very least. Oh, scoop shot tried. She actually scooped the ball off of her face.
That was very interesting. I would love to see the replay there because she was waiting almost a day before the ball was bowled. She had opened all the cards.
Yes.
And she was waiting for Geetika Kodali to respond to that, and she did it well by just bowling it into her body. Oh, that's outside the off stump this time. There was room there. Leoline could not time it as she would have wanted.
Well, it comes down to this, Sheil Majumdar. If the Bellevue Blazers want to win this game, they have to find a way to score 21 runs in the last over. I'll leave you to decide whether or not it's even possible.
21 runs. They would have probably wanted another 5 or 6 in this over of Geetika Kodali to make it count. But 21 of the last, that probably is a little too much left out there. Taranun Chopra is the last, has got the ball for the last over. I would have said going into the 19th over, things were a little more optimistic, but that over from Geetika Kodali probably got them a little more comfortable.
Played into the offside. A single will not in any way be a concern. 20 from 5. You're almost to the point where you need nothing but 4s and 6s. Well, you could probably say you'd need 4s and 6s the rest of the way.
They need 6s now, Ryan. They need a couple of 2 big 6s to even get themselves to see the light at the end of the tunnel at this point. They need 6s. This ball has to go big.
Cow corner wide open. Reverse sweep, and it's going to run away close to the boundary. That's 4.
That's incredible.
So that will help. That will absolutely help. 17, make that 16 from 4.
Well, a 4 is always good. If not 6, at least get a 4.
4 4s wins this match.
What a super over. That's what it is, right? 17 needed now.
Oh, 17, my apologies. So you're saying 21 minus 4 is not 16 is what you're saying.
No, it's not 16. We haven't yet achieved that level of mathematics.
Great delivery. You cannot do anything with that. They get a single. And I will tell you, Shield Majumdar, it's now about sixes.
Yep. Ali Aline has to kind of induce the inner Carlos Brathwaite within her.
They're from the same country. Oh, she tried. That's going to be 4 of them. That does not hurt at all. 11 needed from 2. Do we have a Carlos Brathwaite in us?
We must get 2 big hits out there.
A 6 and a 4 takes us to super over.
Oh. Do you still remember the effort on the boundary line, which was not a 4, which was given 4?
You're going to bring up that.
Reminding you that if they lose by 2 runs.
In the air, how far is this gone? 6! Can you believe this?
Oh my God!
6 off of the penultimate ball of the innings, which means another 6 wins it. A 4 puts you at a super over.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
All the viewers, don't forget, there was a contentious boundary call earlier in the day today. Should the match come down to the last 2 runs, we will make all the effort to remind you that there was...
Having said that, had that happened 2 overs ago, big difference. The fact that it happened almost an entire half a match ago, there's a lot that obviously would have happened in the meantime that makes that less significant. But for me, the bigger issue is this, as there's a tremendous huddle in the middle between the bowler, senior players, and everybody who knows what needs to happen next, including the captain, Geeta Kakodali. She's already done, obviously. 1 ball is all you have left, and that 1 ball, if it goes for 6,
that's it.
Oh my goodness.
What a final we are having here. It's all come down to the last ball.
Taram Chopra. Nerves of steel, but my goodness. Aline, remember the name.
Well, she's played the game long enough. You don't have to remember her name.
Here we are. The last ball. Top edge. Will it go for 4? It will get close to the boundary. The save has been made, I believe. They're coming back for the 3rd. I think that they will have just fallen short by 1 run. Shield Majumdar, let us see.
God. Oh my God, look at that. Is there a doubt in that stoppage in the boundary? They're still contending that.
They will want to have a look at this. Exactly.
They will have a look at this. And they should. Oh man. What a final are we witnessing?
For the moment, it is going to be 3 runs credited and victory by 1 run. But let's take a look at this at the very end here. This will tell the story. It's going to be close.
Oh, that's an incredible effort there.
This is brilliantly done.
Piece of fielding.
Absolutely brilliantly done. Look at the celebration on your screen. It is, oh my goodness, the Washington Waves holding their nerve and winning by the thinnest of margins. 1 run. Shield Majumdar.
This is an incredible final to an incredible competition. We would not have expected or anything lesser than this to come down to the last ball and finally making the difference between the 2 teams by just a single solitary run. Oh man, I hark back to think about that boundary. But then, that it was half a day early. Should that have been not given a boundary, we might have been in a different scenario altogether. But it is what it is. 2 absolutely brilliant teams fighting hard, and finally the difference is just a solitary run.
Brilliant effort. Look at this again. That save right there, ladies and gentlemen, saves the game. And we have to highlight that is Adia Rawat. Absolutely brilliant. Sliding across the turf, pulling that one about a yard away from the rope. Obviously, when you save it, you have to keep not just the ball, but your body inside the rope. She does exactly that. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the difference between a super over and a victory in the inaugural Seattle Orcas Women's T20 Invitational. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Sheila Jumder, I cannot speak.
Oh, man, Brian, I can totally understand. What an absolute cracker of a competition and a cracker of a final, really. Kudos to all the players. These are all younger players. They have kept their nerves. They've risen to the occasion. And at the end, it was that valiant effort on the boundary that ensured that Waves had the nose ahead by just a single run. But what an incredible effort from these two batters as well. One must not forget, Ali Aline brought them to where they are. She tried her level best, brought out that six of the penultimate ball when it was needed, almost 2 sixes in the last 2 balls. And she did almost pull through, which could have seen us going into a super over, but it's not to be.
Well, look at the scorecard. It is Disha Dingra falling short, 1 from 2. Mahek Desai, excellent, 41 from 28. Disha Kaveri Pakam, 12 from 15. Janelle Glasgow, 16 from 23. Elaine, as we skip over the captain, Giovanna Ara, 17 from 12. But Elaine, 27 from 20. Shubha Agrawal, only 2. But Chetna Prasad, almost with Elaine, almost pulled a rabbit out of a hat. But they just fall short by the thinnest of margins, 1 run. The bowlers, I think, were really just good enough on the day.
Incredible performance by the bowlers. They all kept their head when they had to. They ensured they picked up their catches very well. Look at that. Geetika Kodali, 1 for 24 off 4. Tarnum Chopra, she bowled the last over. She was under the pump, but she kept her head at the end. 41 from a 4. She was expensive, but she made sure the job was done. Adia Rawat and Javi Pathak, they bowled 4 overs between them, and they gave 29 runs for a wicket. And Amarpal Kaur, as reliable as ever, 1 for 25 from a 4. And Yashaditi Teki, 2 for 21. So an extremely disciplined attack, but at the end, they ensured the job was done. That's the most important part. That's the summary card. Nothing really to differentiate between the two teams. Mahek Desai, hats off to you. A great day, 3 for 30, 41 runs. It would have been such a fantastic end if she would have been on the winning side today. But nothing to take away from all the players who put up. Geetika Kodali, don't forget that. That could be the MVP performance of today. 1 for 24 and then 34 of 29. Brilliant.
Okay, so let's just take a quick look here. This is the most runs in the tournament. Disha Dingra at the very top, 166 runs. Jazar Claxton, 152. Tarnum Chopra, 125. Mahek Desai, 120. Everybody else under 100. But boy, it's not surprising that the ones at the top of that list are the ones that ended up being in the finals. Boy, I will tell you, Shilma Jim, that I am out of breath as we look at the most wickets. Amarpal Kaur, 9. Yashadi Titeki, 6. Disha Kaveri Pakam, 6. Mike Desai, the young leg spinner we talked about, 5. Janelia Glasgow, 5. Also Geetika Kodali. For Geetika Kodali, it's less about the wickets that she took and more about how restrictive she was.
Yes.
Oh, this is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant stuff. So we will go silent here in a minute. We will go to join Manali Patel at the closing ceremony very shortly. For the moment, Brian Walters and Sheil Majumdar signing off. What an absolutely fantastic match that we had for the final, where once again the Washington Waves take victory in the inaugural edition of the Seattle Orcas Women's T20 exhibition by the thinnest of margins, 1 run. It's been a pleasure being with you. See you soon.
Welcome to the post-match presentation of the finals of the first edition of the Seattle Orcas Women's T20 Exhibition Series. What an incredible series it's been. 7 games, 1,775 runs, 87 wickets, 183 fours and 35 sixes later. It's the Washington Waves who are going to be the winners of the first edition by 1 run. To the left of me, I'm going to start by introducing our presentation party. Azim Khan, President, NWCL. Fani Chitnani, STB owner. Salman Taj, MLCA, Naren Parihar, PBL, Vijay Benual, STB owner, Sean Carey, CEO, Seattle Orcas, and Akila Somasagar, wife of the late Soma Somasagar. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, if I could please ask Mr. Sean Carey to come up and share a few thoughts.
Thank you, Manali. First of all, congratulations to the 3 amazing teams and the athletes that form those teams, their coaches and their managers. Congratulations on an amazing tournament. Thank you very much. Special congratulations, obviously, to the Washington Waves for being champions. There always has to be one champion, and the fact that we had that finale was just a phenomenal way to finish off an amazing 4 days. These 4 days have been the vision of one man who unfortunately can't be with us today. He's a very special gentleman, and I'm sure he's up there with a massive smile, the smile that we all associate with Soma Somasagar. This was his vision, and I just want us to pay respects for Soma and his family. With Soma and the other Seattle Orcas ownership, it enabled us to put on this amazing vision, and we would like to continue this obviously in years to come, and hopefully we get the support of the amazing community. If you listen to Sanjay and Soma talk about community, they say it's a special part of the infrastructure, and we have an amazing Seattle cricket community with us today. This event doesn't happen with 3 full-time administrators and some Seattle Orca ownership group. This is the result of many foot soldiers. I'm not going to name all of you because you know who you are. I'd be here all afternoon. But a very, very special thank you to the volunteers who have made this event so special for everyone. Thank you. There is one person who I'd like to make special mention of and is part of the Seattle Thunderbolts group. This field of play is part of the Seattle Thunderbolts, and Tafani and your team. Thank you for allowing us to play here. But one person who arrives at the ground before any of us and probably is the last to leave, Johnny, can you please come up here? Without this person, these athletes would not have had this field to play on such a special occasion. Johnny, thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Very special. Thank you. Oh, you can have the, do you want to say? Man, a few words. Again, thank you everyone for coming out. We really appreciate your support. And Manali, if you can take us through the next phase.
Thank you so much, Sean. It's now time to announce the player of the match. There were a few contenders. Mahek Desai, 3 for 30. Geeta Kakadali, 34 for 29. Giovanna R is continuing to be good with the ball, 1 for 12. But it ultimately goes to Isani Vaghela for her 51 off 37. Could I please also ask Azim Khan to come and hand her the award? Isani, I thought we were going to have a chat. You ready to run off?
Not really one for words.
Not another one for words. Well, listen, just talk to us a little bit about not just your innings today, but what it means to have this tournament here.
I think this tournament was a great opportunity for all of the girls in the United States and North America to come here and play some good quality cricket. It's good to see that it started here and hopefully it continues to grow.
And what does it mean for you individually as a player? Player of the match today, you've won it for your side as well. Where does it take you from here?
I'm really proud of how our team played throughout the tournament. We played as a team every ball of the game, and I think that really shows how much each of us really wanted it.
Congratulations. Enjoy the victory.
Thank you.
Sani Vagela, the player of the match. If I could now ask Mr. Fani Chetnani to come up, please. And now I'd like to call upon the 4 umpires without which this game or any of these games wouldn't be possible. Mr. Viral Desai, Mohan Misla, Ramesh Adapalli, and Jagdish Mahadevan. Fani, if I could just have you not go too far away, I'm also going to ask Mr. Salman Taj to join up on stage here. We're now going to call upon the runners-up. It was a good game. It was a hard-fought contest, but unfortunately, it just wasn't meant to be for the Bellevue Blazers. If I could please ask the squad to come up with the captain last. Aliel Lane. Janelia Glasgow, Mahek Desai, Disha Dhingra, Chetna Prasad, Disha Kavir Pakam, Saharsa Gorla, Shubhi Agarwal, Samiksha Sivakumar, Ritul Dwivedi, Swati Singh, and Radha Sriram. I'll also ask the coaching staff to come up as well.
Hi.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we should be doing it on site probably.
Thank you.
Congrats, brother.
And the captain, Giovanna Aris.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Am I staying up here?
You were absolutely staying up here. I'll just have you
Thank you.
All right.
allow the coaching staff to get through. Giovanna, a very tough fought battle today. Talk us through some of the emotions.
Okay, I'm starting with the last over. That was an incredible last over. Kudos to Tara, she bowled pretty well. I mean, our batters, Aaliyah and Chetna, they ran what they could. The 6 was incredible, but overall, I think we put up a fight. We did what we could. We followed our plans for the most part. But yeah, we did what we could.
At what point did you think the game might have just slipped away?
So in the middle of our batting innings, I would say around like the 12th, 14th overs. Yeah, I think that's where we lost it a little bit. We just slowed down our momentum. We weren't able to pick it back up.
Now, you're the only team with a women's coach in the house or in your staff. How did it work out with that? And what sort of benefit is there knowing that you've got a legend who's played for the USA, captained the USA as your coach?
I mean, it was great to have Sins as our coach. I mean, she's played with so many of us. She's captained all of us at some point, but just having her as our coach and as our mentor for so long, it's been helpful. She knows the game really well, so she was able to help us out on the field and everywhere that we needed it.
Any final words?
I don't have any more secrets.
That's always a good thing. Thank you so much and hard luck today.
She has to come back, I guess.
You might want to collect your trophy, Giovanna.
Okay. Give it up, guys.
Now time for some individual awards. If I could please ask Mr. Naren Parihar to come up on stage. It's time to announce the fielder of the tournament. It goes to Jazara Claxton. Naren, I'll just have you stay on for one more, please. Best Wicketkeeper Award is going to go to Aparna Gurumurthy. Thank you, Narain. I'm now going to ask Mr. Vijay Beniwal to come up for the next two awards, please. The award for Best Bowler goes to Amarpal Kaur.
Congratulations. Bowling is always tough. Well done there.
The award for the Best Batter goes to Disha Dhingra for 166 runs.
Super good. Nothing was able to run so many runs.
And one more. You're in a rush to get off the stage. It's time for the MVP, 320 points, Mahek Desai. Now time for the winners to come up. If I could please ask Miss Akila to come up on stage to hand out the awards to the winners. It's the Washington Waves, and we'll start with the squad and have the captain come up last, please. Jazara Claxton. Amarpal Kaur. Isani Vaghela. Nikar Doshi. Aparna Gurumurthy, Tarnam Chopra, Adya Rawat, Yashaditi Teki, Sanvi Sood, Ara Mohindru, Jaivi Patak, Akshara Bhavnesh, and the coaching staff, please.
This way, Aparna.
Thank you. Yeah.
And last but not least, if we could please have the captain, Geetika Kodali, come up. Thank you so much. Geetika, first of all, congratulations. What a game that was. What were the thoughts at the toss?
Yeah, I think at the toss we wanted to bowl first actually, but as I always say, like, cricket is a funny game and every team needs to be adaptable, so I'm really proud of my girls for being able to go out there and deliver today. Very, very close game. I hope the viewers enjoyed. I don't think they could get a better one than this. Maybe a super over in the next series, but we'll see.
Is that a promise?
No promises.
Was there a bit of panic in that first innings when things weren't quite going your way early on?
Yeah, definitely. We've been experiencing a couple of like middle order, top order collapses throughout the tournament, but Isani and I talked about stepping up, taking more accountability, and trying to pace our innings a little bit better. And honestly, like, I've used her and Claxton as a really good support system for this tournament, and I'm grateful that they were able to keep the team calm and help me out.
Talk to us a little bit about the internationals coming. How does that help some of the local girls here?
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity. On the call for the first day when we all saw each other, our coach told us to be a sponge. International or not, every player here has a lot to learn, and just spreading our different experiences, spreading our different techniques, strategies, it's going to help cricket all over the world get better. So this is a great place to start.
Absolutely. And any final words on the tournament?
I'd say it's a great tournament. It was a privilege and an honor to captain, and it was great to be able to come away with the win for the first series, and we'll look to maintain this for the rest of them.
Sounds excellent. Thank you so much for having a chat with us. It's time to go celebrate your win. It's the winning captain, Gitika Kodali of the Washington Waves, your winners of the first edition of the Seattle Orcas Women's T20 Exhibition Series. That's also going to wrap up our post-match presentation of the final game here. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate all the support, and we hope that you've enjoyed the coverage. Thank you, and we'll see you at the next one.
Fast guy, young bad girls do it well. Fast guy, young bad girls do it well. Fast guy, young bad girls do it well. Fast guy, young bad girls do it well.
Where's on three? 1, 2, 3,
Okay, you wanna fight end there? You can. Oh, never mind. She's doing another thing. बता दीजिए जब तक करना है. All right.
Sky, surely that's the first one. It is the first.
One run on the board.
Big shout.
Convinced that it would have hit the top of the middle. Plus, there might have also been a bit of glove there involved. So I think a good decision. That looks like it's bouncing over. Oof.
Oh, that's an outside edge. That's an outside edge. It's going to beat the key. Wrong line. And picked up really well. This is a lot of flight, and that's sloppy. That is very... Ideally, as this one is squeezed through for 4 more. That's going to be 4 more. Absolutely. Down the track. Picked up really well as this goes for a maximum. Gives herself room. I don't think she's timed this. Fielder under it. And that's going to be down the ground. She's not even going to run on that. She knows it's gone.
It has to be on the stumps.
Short, and it's cluttered.
It's really exciting because it's all about things that I didn't get to do and providing those options for other kids and people. And that's really exciting because it's all about things that I didn't get to do and providing those options.
For Disha into the attack. Disha. Trouble. Could be trouble. And she does eventually. Everything is in milliseconds. Going down leg. Optimistic shot.
Well, you know, legislator out here. It is the House Rep. Wicket fell.
In Redmond. Oh. Sorry, we're doing this live. Yeah, gotcha.
And carve out investments for women in sports. Could you tell me about the recent work that you've done in that area?
Yeah, you know,
Pulled away. That is an elegant shot. Look. Stroked in the air, wide of cover, putting the pressure on when.
And what they're looking to do.
There have been a few. Skied. How far has this gone? It's in the air for a really long time, and in fact, it goes all deep on that side. Using the feet. Doesn't get the middle of the bat, but she gets enough of it. Look at that. Using the feet again. Elegant looking stroke. This one is fumbled. Did it go over the rope? It does go over the rope. Quick single. Oh my goodness. This is going to be close, but I think it'll come out sometime soon. Oh, hammered right past the bowler herself. That was the opposite of a scoop shot. And skied. Disha Kaverapakam takes a really Kodali on strike. There's the scoop shot I was referring to earlier to get through 20 overs. Top edge. And it's going to run down to deep third for 4.
It's not to get your iron.
Oh, lovely. Nobody down there. 4 more. Kodali continues to do this. And there's your 130 with another couple. What an effort. Oh, that is well done. I think
Unlucky that.
hammered away in the deep, and it's going to be foot 8 that. Oh, she tries the scoop shot. Edge. And it's running down to the boundary. Here's that last ball. Hammered and wide of extra cover for 4 more. Good delivery. Uppercut, but it's going to be catchable. And it is taken. What a big catch that is. Taranam Chopra gets the catch. That is the end of a big...
The body language has changed, the way they're attacking the ball, even though they might just be a single, and that's what happens. Both of them are at the same end.
Do you look to exceed where they were at that time, as this is skied down the air and goes all the way for 6. Clean strike. Hammered away. That made such a sweet sound off the bat. 6. Skied, and it's going to clear short third and run back toward us. Elegant piece of fielding. Oh, up and over. That is going to be 4 more on the boundary. Oh, cheeky. Oh, this might be the best of all of them. Intentionally run behind deep third. We'll see how that plays itself out. Down the ground for 4 more. Mahek Desai is on fire.
That's a full toss. And that's just going to land inside the rope.
In the middle of the ground and enjoyed your first cricket match. Thanks for doing that.
And then up to 38 years old. I mean, that just shows the durability of the sport. Oh, look, there's a... That's a wicket.
Played really well, it's fact. And
6 more. Dragged down. Unlucky to have missed out on that, Janelia Glasgow.
And that's...
What a catch that is. It's an absolute blinder from Amarpal Kaur. And they've dismissed this.
All the dot balls that you're seeing. Well, that will help. Out of the screws, Giovanna Aras gets 6. Oh, I'll be able to offer words of encouragement. Look at this over the top.
Oh,
just get this one out of the middle, though. It is going to be catchable, and it is taken. Body blow over the top, and that's going to run away for 4, I believe. It absolutely does. Hit hard. Almost taking out her partner.
Yep.
They might come back for a second. No, they will not come back for a second. That's if the score runs behind the wickets. Quick single. I would just assume.
Yep. I haven't seen you bat, and I'm sure it's going to be as elegant. Oh my God!
What a big wicket this one is! Look at the celebration from Jazar Claxton. She does not drop anything in that position, and that is a big one. 9. Just get 1 here, I believe. Oh, the spin did her. They come back for the second run, but they took off in belated fashion, and that is going to be out. Oh no! I was. Played straight. That is a good shot. It has the leg.
That's a beer, probably.
Pulled away. And that's going to be 4. But whilst there's life, there's hope. Oh, did she swing too early on that?
At this stage, you should expect that keepers not give any freebies.
Direct hit. Oh, that's a great throw from singles will not bother them in the very least. Oh, scoop shot tried. Open. reverse sweep, and it's going to run away close to the boundary. That's 4. They're from the same country. Oh, she tried. That's going to be 4 of them.
They lose by 2 runs.
In the air, how far is this gone? 6! Can you believe this? We'll go for 4. It will get close to the boundary. The save has been made, I believe. They're coming back for the 3rd. I think that they will have just fallen short by 1 run. Shield Majumder, let us see.
God, oh my God, look at that. Is there a doubt in that? Stop it.